All right, so welcome to Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, April 7th, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is citizen input for items not on the agenda. Is there anybody at the meeting? Anybody on Zoom? So we have an opportunity for somebody to possibly join us and use a raise hand feature. We're seeing none. So we do have one email, very specifically Mr. Estes from Bend, providing input saying fireworks has no place in Deschutes County. So it's a request to ban all recreational fireworks, referring to Pilot Butte fireworks show and other topics. So I want to thank him very much for this input. This generally has been a discussion for maybe fire districts also, so because we've had information about requests for stopping yard burning too. So thank you very much for that input. So seeing no other citizen input, at this time we'll move to the consent agenda.
So move the consent?
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Getting right to our action items, item number 9, presentation and update on Bend Heroes Foundation for Veterans Village. Thank you very much for joining us. Eric Tobias and
Well, thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to update everyone on the status of the Veterans Village project.
And Christy Bollinger is joining us also, our property
Thank you.
administrator.
I have Sam Davis and Carolyn Davis also here with me. They've worked hard on the project and may have some backup information for me if you have any questions.
Great, thank you.
So, I was here in August talking about the project and making some proposals, and so I thought I would show a little bit of evolution of the process. So this was our proposed layout out at the Full Shows location. After this, the commissioners requested that we reorient the structures to the east side of the property. That yellow thing should say, as of August 7, 2020. Sorry.
We do have a printout with that.
It does say it.
Is on our-
Okay, good. So that's, last time I was here, that's what it looked like. We moved everything to the east and oriented in an elliptical fashion as requested by the commissioners, and this is the new layout. And in fact, it's even farther east than this would show. This is the first architectural rendering, but the actual layout, which is Schedule C in the MOU, shows a more eastward orientation. So that's that. This is a little bit of a 3D rendering of how the village will look. You can see the parking lot, the storage area for county to the north end of the property, which would be the right side of this picture. And then the cabins to the south part of the project on the left side, the community building in the center. This is what it would look like to walk down the pathway to the cabins. And I have a short flyover. It's a bit of a roller coaster ride, so buckle up.
Thanks for the warning.
Neil Houston made this for us just to help us, on the fundraising side for folks to better visualize the project. So we have 15 of these cabins, single occupancy. They're 12 by 12. I'll show you the design. But you may remember we had some potential cabins already in town that we were thinking about using, but in going through the building permit process, we just had an enormous amount of complexity to try to make use of these existing cabins that were here in town. And so this is what we were showing last August. and this is what it is now. So everyone liked this, the aesthetic of this, and so we kept the aesthetic. Nice overhanging porch, front porch for, community, being outdoors, having a little bit of personal space in the outdoors. And then the structures are similar size. They're 12 by 12, 144 square feet. You can see the toilet, the sink, the bed in the upper left corner. And then we have a table for two and a bit of a closet. All of the units have ADA accessibility with a 3-foot door, and so the whole unit could be ADA if needed, meaning all 15. There had been some early discussion about whether we would start with the restroom in the cabins plumbed up, and our request is that we do start with the restrooms enabled. The sewer line's going in right now. I'll show you a little bit about that in a second. But we feel like there's no reason to not have the restrooms on day one. This is the community building design last August. It was going to be stick-built, but we found a modular building which saved about $100,000, about 2/3 of the cost of a stick-built. And as you know, stick-built costs are going up all the time. So we locked in our costs back in December when the county provided the $150,000 of funding for the project from the state and federal COVID money. So this is the new layout. There was some constraints on the design because it has to be HUD certified, but basically we make use of a manufactured home, pre-manufactured, and we use the bedrooms as our case management offices, so you can see we've got case management in the upper left, lower right, and then a boardroom in the lower left with the kitchen and dining area central. We have laundry there on the left, showers in every restroom. There's an ADA restroom in the upper right. And so we were able to find good use for this pre-manufactured building and save some money and still meet all of our criteria. So that's the change since we last met. This is what it looks like on the outside. Not these exact colors, right, but close enough. I really like the look of it. So we feel like the whole community will be very aesthetically appealing. So this is the real work that's going on. This is our driveway out there at Service Road, right by 911. And you can see the fence is completely installed except for this front gate area that's temporary. And there's our access road. So the first thing we did is set about fixing the berm on the western edge. In our shared discussions with the neighbors, Chestnut Park neighborhood, we had suggested that we could take on the project of improving that berm and replacing their fence, and they agreed with that idea, and so ultimately this is what it looks like. You can't really tell the before side, but there was about a 3 to 5 foot straight down drop on this western edge, and the fence would fall down that hill. It needed to be propped up. You couldn't really get any good footings in there. But now you can see we added a lot of fill and compacted it and made it nice and level there. So now this is what the grade looks like. So, major improvement to the western edge of the property. You can still see the prior fence there. And then we were able to get the fence going pretty quick because we used the initial funding from Deschutes County to get that started. Able to do it in the snow. So that's what it looks like in the after side of things. Here's going down the western edge. And then here's the next thing we did after fixing that berm and installing the fence is to add our shelter pads. So these are going in the southeast corner. And then we add fill in between them. This is the eastern edge, and you can see the fence there. Lots of fill going in. We had hoped to use some fill on the site. On the southern edge, there was a berm that you're looking at in this picture, but when we excavated it, it wasn't really fill quality dirt. It was a bunch of big rocks. So those had to be removed from the property, and we had to import fill. But this is the process of what the final berm looks like on that southern edge. It's really nice, compacted, level grade. Really improves the utility of that part of the property. So this is kind of the final look at it here, and that's where our walkway will be going in between the pads on the left and the pads on the right. Here's our water utility going in, very exciting. Copper line there, and then you can see the trench in the middle picture going off towards the project. There's our new access point for the valve there right by the cul-de-sac. Sewer, probably the funnest part so far. We really appreciate Deschutes County and especially Lee Randall and Christy Bollinger for helping us connect into the existing pump station on site. That saved us over $100,000. We would have had to install our own our own pump because the grade is below the existing sewer line, so we would have to pump out. So thank you, Lee and Christy, for helping us use the existing pump station. So that's our connection to the existing pump station. Here's, we found a lot of rock trying to dig this sewer trench, but we did ultimately complete it about 24 hours ago. And you can see the sewer line going in. It's been inspected by the city. And on the right side of the picture is the completed sewer line. You can see the green pipe just in the middle of the picture. So it's completely filled under the road and done all the way out to the center part of the property where we'll tee off into all the individual cabins in the community building. So that's what's going on site every day. We're making some great progress. Now that we've got the sewer behind us, we should start building the structures in the next 72 hours. In the meantime, we've been working with a couple of off-site construction partners, J-Bar-J and Heart of Oregon, the youth in our community to help build these shelters. And this is showing our prototype going up out at J-Bar-J. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. The mouse is moving. Okay, well. Okay. Right, so J-Bar-J is helping us build the shelters, Heart of Oregon's helping us build the shelters, and we've got a crew coming on site here in the next 72 hours to get the shelters assembled out at the site. This is what the prototype looks like. It's in a state of flux. This was a few days ago. And that's the kind of the construction update. In terms of fundraising, things have gone very well, starting with the $150,000 that Deschutes County committed. We really appreciate that. That really helped us get our footing in the whole fundraising process, because if you have the land committed and a source of funds, the project is real. Until we had that, it was a lot of hand waving. We're going to do this great Veterans Village project, but Deschutes County really enabled this to get off the ground, and it really accelerated the whole process. So we started with $150,000 from Deschutes County. We've raised about $350,000 from the community, a little bit over our expectations. Very pleased. The community's been very supportive. All of our design and engineering has been donated for free, and then we've raised about $300,000 in cash for shelter sponsorships and some of our other cash needs. The City of Bend recently awarded us $200,000 from the affordable housing fee, which is great. And so if you add those three sources, the $150,000 from Deschutes, Bend's $200,000, and the $350,000 we've raised, we're at about $700,000 raised out of $800,000 budget. So we're 7/8, 87% of the way there. And in August, we had requested $250,000 from the county, and so my request today is that we complete that request with an additional $100,000, and that would fulfill the vision of really all of the stakeholders participating, financially. Obviously, with the land from the county, that's a huge part of the project. It's hard to really monetize what that value is, but it's certainly very valuable. The project, the whole budget, with including SDCs, is about $1.05 million. And, of course, SDCs got waived by the city in Parks and Rec, so we're grateful for that. But basically, with $100,000 coming from Deschutes County, we'd have about a 1/3 allocation of cash funding to the project from all three constituents, the community, the city of Bend, and Deschutes County.
So that's a direct ask today for approval on that.
It is.
I mean, it was, we were provided this presentation before that, so we knew it was coming, but, yeah, I mean, I didn't have a feel that we were at a spot for other capital needs until recently. So, I mean, just acknowledging this is the board's discussion on this ask. So you did a great job of making that ask just now, but, yeah, I mean, this is another check that you're asking for from the county. It's exciting to see the project status as it is, the progress made, the partnership. There's a lot of, donated efforts out there. I know that, getting those big trucks to roll. Cost of dirt is way up there, as well as a 2x4 or a 2x6. So I know there's, big needs. So do we want to take a moment for discussion on that item?
Well, I was just sharing what my conversation was this morning with the Sun River Rotary and how they felt that the homeless population was exploding. And actually, one of my first questions was from a disabled veteran who has a home, but he says, Patty, I know there's lots of veterans that don't. And anyway, so I was explaining this project really has been set up for 15. And I am, what would be of course, the 100,000. We've got to make this happen. The need is there. These people have served our country, and definitely if we can help transition them back where we have over 100 homeless veterans in our county, it's, this is a first step, and hopefully this project is going to work, and then maybe we can set up another project, to remind the community. We were told by Clackamas that really 15 is really the best number for personalities, for progress, and that's what they've done in Clackamas. They have a couple years experience with the program, but it's been extremely successful. I believe their last resident was getting ready to transition on. It's a 2-year program, but hopefully we're going to wrap around and those, and then we can bring in more people there, but, definitely there is the tremendous need in our county, and thanking those people for their service, I think it's only appropriate.
Thank you.
I would say that this is a very important and excellent project for the community, and to tie off the discussion of the Clackamas example project. I mean, in my mind, one of the key reasons why that project was able to move so fast and has already demonstrated success is because of county investment. In that case, the county basically covered, all the costs of construction and operation of the facility, and that's why they're a year and a half into this already. So I very much support the county making this additional investment to get this project to the finish line and get it serving the community.
Thank you.
Well, there's clarity for you on your request. I'm glad we took a moment to do that. I'm very supportive also. I mean, one of the exciting things is this is a model. People talk about tiny homes, and yes, I just want to do a tiny home. And the tiny home is the easy part. You've got water and sewer, we have land use, we have the grading and the control of the area. If it's for whatever population, what does a neighborhood look like? 15 was that magic number that we heard about for just the social interaction. When you go to 20 and 30, all of a sudden there can be cliques and groups, and that's why 15 was the number. So that's interesting to learn, and we can all learn that together as a community also at this time. So yeah, I'm real excited to be able to help get this thing over the line, and it looks like it's real close. So what's the confidence that this is the final construction number?
We're pretty confident because, all the hard work is behind us. The building permits, the grading and excavating, that's a big variable. A lot of our lumber is on hand now, and so, the cost of that
Stuff's
is
like gold.
Yeah, and the community building is our biggest cost item, $200,000, and the cost of that has gone up $50,000 since we purchased it. So that's why that initial contribution from Deschutes County was so critical, because we got in before the price raise, and that was a 25% price increase that was mitigated because we beat the increase. The building is delayed from April 28th or so till the end of May. So that has an effect on the schedule, which is my next slide.
Well, let's clarify, so, yeah, if we want
we
to make.
need a motion?
Yeah, let's make the
I'm-
business,
okay.
business.
And do we need to discuss where the money would come from?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, so.
Yeah, Commissioners, we have an existing ground lease with Heroes Foundation, or an agreement with the Heroes Foundation that specifies the contributions that the board has already made to the project. So we may want to, I'm looking at Dave, we may want to do a formal amendment to that agreement to add the additional 100,000. So that would be your formal approval of that additional amount. In terms of where it would come from, we do have discretionary funds available out of either the general fund or unallocated transient room tax. I believe the existing contributions are pegged to the general fund, so just to be clean, that may be the place where that would come from.
Yeah, good, I would support that. So, for motion, so amending development agreement, so I'm just thinking terminology for right now.
Yeah, I think the motion would be to approve the additional $100,000 and direct staff to prepare the appropriate document for signature.
And specify general fund.
Oh, that's up to Tom,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
probably.
Good.
Or the transient room tax that we have $3 million more than we expected to have because we were so conservative, if that's a possibility. I don't know. Okay, do we have to make that decision today? Okay. So I move that we amend our original funding agreement and add an additional $100,000 for the Veterans Heroes Project to complete their construction.
I'll second.
There we go. Any other discussion? Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. There we go. Now we'll move on to the next slide.
Thank you very much. We
Congratulations. Yes,
appreciate
thank you for your efforts.
generosity. Yeah,
Yeah.
we do think it's going to be a model, for the community and other communities. We're already having discussions with cities like Boise and some towns in Washington about, how do we do it? What did we learn? How can we do it faster, better, all those things? And so we're trying to help out. And I think in Bend, there's a multitude of opportunity for more communities like this.
Yeah, I was going to ask how open source is your project going to be when you're done?
100% open source.
That'll be great. because-
I was a software engineer, so I completely understand the benefit of open source. And, we have a homeless opportunity problem, whatever you want to call it, all over America, in every large city and every small city. And, we learned from Clackamas, and maybe we made some tweaks, and we learned from the Kansas City Veterans Community Project. And everyone gets better each time we do this, and it probably is faster. And this one is especially unique because of all the constituents that participated. It wasn't completely funded by the county like Clackamas. It wasn't completely funded by the community like Veterans Community Project. It was all three stakeholders participating together. And the state also, major participation with 4212. So it's a great roadmap to reuse this model, and I'm very, very happy to help any communities that are interested. In terms of timing, I mentioned our community building is a little bit delayed, and so we're looking at, first occupancy in mid-May of our first 5 shelters. I'll just cut to the chase because I want to be considerate of your time. And, 100% occupancy with 15 shelters occupied in mid-June. This subject to change, as all construction schedules are. This is my update from what you are looking at, because since I produced the presentation, we learned about the community building being delayed. Initially, we broke this project into 2 phases so that we could go live with the shelters and start serving the homeless community more quickly than waiting for the community building to come in. Now the timing is so close because of the fact that COBO was able to house a lot of homeless veterans during the pandemic in hotels, so they had some emergency money. And that reduced the urgency to get this project going, maybe with a couple of shortcuts. And so that, by aligning our schedule with the community buildings and the shelters simultaneous, I think it's a better final product. And, what that means, though, is until we get the community building, we're not going to go live. I mean, that's how we look at it today. you know, Kovo's on the call. I should have mentioned that too. J.W. Terry and Kathy Skidmore are on the call. And, you know, if we collectively choose to occupy the shelters in advance of the community building, then, you know, we have that opportunity to think about it in the next 30 days. But if you go out and kick the tires at the site, you'll see, you know, daily progress, a lot of digging. We should be wrapping that up pretty soon. And like I said, our first shelters will be constructed hopefully this weekend. So that's all I had, other than, you know, it's too long a list to read, and it's growing basically every minute. You know, we get so much support from the community, a lot of stakeholders here, everyone in the town of Bend and Deschutes County really rolling up their sleeves and making this happen. This is not, you know, being done by one person or one organization. It couldn't be done by one person or one organization. It's succeeding because everyone is taking a hold of the project and participating actively. So we have, you know, tremendous gratitude for everyone on the list, for Deschutes County for kicking this off, and the city of Bend for being very supportive in the application process and the Affordable Housing Fund, and the I didn't mention the construction excise tax, which came out end of December to support homeless services on an ongoing basis. So the county has committed $100,000 in the MOU for annual funding of operations, which is phenomenal. That means that we build it, we can operate it, and that really is you know, just overwhelmingly positive for this project. And we asked the city, what can we do on the city side to support homeless services as well? You know, is there any money in the budget for that kind of stuff? And, you know, there wasn't. And so this construction excise tax was passed to be able to provide operational support for the homeless. So bottom line, all that is, you know, everyone's working together on this project. We really appreciate what Deschutes County has done, and the city of Bend, and Parks and Rec, and all of the other folks up there. You know, Bend is a very generous community. It wants to work on this issue. It wants to support its veterans. It wants to work on the homeless problem. And it's showing it by, you know, putting its words, deeds, and finances, you know, towards this project. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Any thoughts or questions?
Oh, I just want to say that the fence that you built really looks first class. So thank you for making that for that community that lives on the other side, and really doing it right. So it won't be leaning, hopefully. It looks like a great fence, so.
Yeah, those posts are, what, 2 feet in the ground in concrete? 2 or 3 feet, 30 inches maybe?
Okay, well, that sounds like.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. And, you know, that was the idea. That was our commitment to that community at the beginning is, you know, it looks like there's an opportunity. We're going to be doing some construction out here. Maybe we can fix this and help out. And it's been great working with that community. Everybody's on the same team. We have our community working group. We meet once a month. Representative from the sheriff, representative from the county. Commissioner Devone has been to one of those meetings. And, you know, we're just having an open dialogue about how things are going, where we're going, and what we can do to help and make this a success. So, you know, we'll have another one of those meetings here later in the month. And then we'll, you know, keep rolling with that and listening to, you know, our neighbors and making sure we have a good success.
Well, thank you. Once you realize that those units from Sweden didn't quite work, that you still use that design and they still are going to be attractive, and I think that's really great for the project. It's going to look very nice, and definitely I think the neighbors will appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think the veterans will appreciate it too. I mean, there's, you know, you can have pride of ownership in this community. You know, it's been put together to feel like home, to feel like a community, a place where you can grow and be with friends and make some progress. And you know, I feel like, you know, when we take care of, you know, good quality, you know, good design, you know, for the veterans that served our country, you know, that then, you know, we're doing the right thing.
Definitely, you're doing the right thing. Your dad must be really proud.
Yeah, he probably won't shut up about it.
Well, I think that's,
You knew that already.
no, that's okay. No, it's great.
Any thoughts?
What about your mom?
Sorry, yeah.
Yep, skid.
I wanted to ask if and when there might be a good time to come out and visit, to see progress or see some, constructed units and.
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, Bend City Council asked the same question, and I'm targeting, let's say, late May for that, because hopefully then our community building will be there and our shelters will all be completed, and maybe even some landscaping and paving in by then. Right now, it's torn up, and so it's fun going out and seeing all the construction machinery working. But yeah, I would say we would love to have a formal visit with the commissioners and staff anytime. We're always open, and it's your property, so we're happy to take you to your property. But a formal tour probably mid to late May.
Right. Yeah. Do you think by that time some of those youth crews will still be working on some of the units, or?
Yeah, we're hoping so. We're staging it. 3 builds of 5 shelters, and the last 5 will be built towards the back end of May, and so that should give us an opportunity. We actually are, trying to align the schedule so that we can get the youth working on as much as possible. We don't want to rush the schedule and have them miss this opportunity. It's a vocational opportunity for them. It will be good for their careers and their skills for the rest of their life. Whereas, some of us that, build houses all the time, it's not as good of an impact for us. I mean, we love doing it, right, because it's for the homeless veterans. But even better if we can get the youth working on, as much as possible.
Yeah. No, if there was a way to see some of the youth in action or have some of them visit and tell us about their work, that would be an additional bonus in my mind.
Well, we'll just plan for that to happen that way.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
So in the big picture, yeah, this will be a practice in, how does a facility like this flow over time? So you're building it, Covo is going to be operating, but it's a community asset also. Setting the culture of a 15-unit service facility, because I could imagine people are going to dream about, okay, well, this is a tiny home community. How do we do this in a slightly different form? Or somebody might want to really either invest in something like this, because we have calls on land use all the time saying, let's have a cottage opportunities on properties, or the second ADU on rural properties. So there's all kinds of aspects to this. So this is going to be a great example of this little courtyard setting, these small units, and a common support building. So pretty exciting. We're getting there.
Indeed it is. And we
Okay.
appreciate all the support from Deschutes County.
Yeah. Well, thank the Bend Heroes Foundation. Thank Covo for your leadership on this project.
Here we
You're
go.
welcome. It's been a real joy. I tell you, it's a real joy to work on it.
Thank you.
Is JW on the call? I wonder if he wanted to say anything. Do you see him? Or Kathy, no?
They may be
That's fine.
watching without.
Yeah, they're watching. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have a 10 o'clock scheduled COVID update. I think we can possibly start 5 or 10 minutes early, but probably not 20 minutes early. So we do have opportunity for other items at this time. Or, well, we'll go from there. So Tom, if you have anything, yeah.
Thanks, Commissioners. Just one quick item. As you know, we are scheduled, we don't always hold them, but we're scheduled to meet quarterly with the Redmond City Council for a joint meeting. We had one not too long ago, a couple months ago. I was just chatting with Keith Witkowski, the Redmond manager, about, the next one is tentatively or on the calendar for May 11th, so about a month away, on whether you were interested in having that meeting, and if so, if you had any ideas or suggestions for agenda items for that meeting. You don't have to necessarily, rack your brain today for it, but I wanted to kind of get that on your radar, and some indication from you on whether you'd like to go ahead and hold that meeting and what you might want to talk about.
The one thing that comes to mind is the county's TSP process is kicking off, so maybe a little update on that, just the scope of it and the timing. And then transportation projects. I know there's already discussion about, if there's the American Recovery Plan dollars from the federal government through the state and local dollars, there may be triggering a few projects. And this would just be at the highest level, obviously, but just compare notes on what the priorities might be. And then, so the question is, would we be aiming for a meeting or not also? So that was just an idea off the top of my head. And it'd be nice to meet with them, so yeah, let's look for a few agenda items is my thought, too.
Yeah, I'd be excited to visit with them in May, and one thing I'd be interested in hearing is an update on the Skyline Village project, if there's been any motion since the last time we talked.
And of course, I'm sure it will be another Zoom meeting, so.
Well, fairgrounds and meet in a
That's
big
true.
room or something.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, possibly in person in a large
Almost warm
facility.
enough to get outside.
Yeah, or, outside even, whatever.
Well, let's
maybe.
not go that far.
Yeah, so let's keep that open for discussion.
Yeah, the fairgrounds would be nice.
I'm happy to talk to
Yeah,
Keith about that and see if they're maybe interested in doing that.
yeah, I think there's one counselor I haven't even met yet. So that'd be good. Okay, yeah, so generally look forward to it, and then if there's any other ideas, we can add it to the list.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other updates?
I was on the call for House Bill 3308, the one that Chief Roger Johnson has written, and there were several fire bills they were discussing. It sounded like they know they have to do something, and they're sending them to Ways and Means to kind of look at everything at that point in time. So that was yesterday afternoon. And so we'll see, but it's having a Zoom meeting like that seems that they're missing, really the in-person, when things happen, when you testify in person, there's something there that we're really missing this year, and it's really unfortunate that that's the way things are going on, so.
Kind of along those same lines, I'm planning to give testimony tomorrow evening for Senate Bill 762, which is the most recent incarnation of the wildfire bill that Senator Golden has been working with the governor's office on. And I believe that the mayor of Bend and Sister City Councilor Jennifer Letts are also going to give testimony in support.
So we can kind of look at the context of that a little bit too, just to understand what the, how it's maturing, what are the items in there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It, as far as I can tell, it's a lot like 248, SB 248, which has now kind of been set aside, along with 287, which was the governor's original package. Those have both been set aside, and a lot of the elements have carried over to 762, and then added this kind of fuels conservation corps. I'm forgetting the exact name of it, but basically a conservation corps for teenagers up through mid-20s people to I believe help with kind of they're building a corps to helpful with defensible space and fuels reduction projects on more larger forested properties and public lands. And then there's also some discussion about creating an advisory body, an advisory committee in association with this. And that's kind of responding to some of the desires, preferences that were expressed early on in the form of the House bill, HB 2722.
So that was Senate Bill 762, you're saying that?
Mhm. Yeah, the discussion about, whether there's going to be an advisory group created or not, I think that's still open at this point. But
Okay, anything else?
that was
Yeah, just
that was it.
So I was able to dial into the Eastern Oregon Caucus call yesterday morning. I guess, yeah, there's no takeaways, just confirming that I was able to, hear from the Eastern Oregon legislative body, other commissioners from around the state. I did mention that we were able to put in our list of capital projects to Senator Linthicum. There was an email I CC'd everybody on, which was just kind of some of our projects that we have in our queue already. I did mention that, if there was one of the reality, well, there's a story here. So I was down in Southern Deschutes County Transfer Station the other day, just recycling, and the attendant I know well, she mentioned that people are asking for a scale there. So as in, it's an opinion about is that 1 yard or 2 yards and how much does it cost? So it was just one moment. But that reminded me that, Negus is our big project with a scale and a little bit larger. So I mentioned that as, if that was funded, it would bring up the project quicker, which would let us invest in other solid waste investments. So it's just one of the positions that I had shared on the phone. And then also READY, the Redmond Economic Development Board meeting this morning. So I was able to attend that, get a little update from the county's point of view. And I mentioned the 17th Street and Negus overlay project that's going on, and also that transfer station upgrade, and the North County campus discussions, the fact that we have a capital list that we're starting to kind of take action on. So just a little update that I was able to provide there. So there was a request for taking a position on the gun bill. It talks about concealed carry limitations or whatever. So I'd be interested in doing that, and I know it's just one of those topics that gets people riled up, obviously. But I'm just, as one commissioner, I'm just advocating that we might want to either take a position or have a discussion or do what we need to do. And I guess really from the legislative point, is there any action on that as the possibility of proceeding or not? Because what I've seen in the past is it really gets people riled up, but there's possibly not a strong possibility it's going to pass, as in we need to know the lay of the land over there. So yeah, maybe some analysis on that. And I'm just mentioning it here is because there's been some communication to me on that. I don't know if the other commissioners, but maybe we'll bring it up on Friday, just a possibility.
And I did meet with, I had a Zoom conference yesterday with moms, and they were representing a couple different positions, but they were for the Second Amendment, which, they were for that, but they really felt like looking at the suicide numbers and looking at historical way guns have been locked up, that really we need more of a public information campaign about, you don't lock your guns up in a glass-fronted cabinet with the key on the top. That is not, that's not the way that people should be doing it. And if their gun is locked up, the key should be somewhere else where the kids all don't know it. I mean, a lot of people grew up knowing exactly where the key was, and maybe the cabinet wasn't even locked. And so it was a very dynamic group of people that have had firsthand experience, and then looking at suicide numbers in Deschutes County and what we need to do. And the other part of the discussion was actually about medicine and how parents really need to be careful of where they store their medicine and access for their kids. So I thought that was quite, it's a big problem, and we know you don't flush your pills down the toilet, because then that affects the fish. So yeah, I mean, remember that's what they used to say. Oh, just flush them. No, you don't want to do that. You can actually return your extra pills to I believe the hospital takes it out, don't they? Or you could probably leave them with the sheriff's office, but you really want to be careful with your kids, because a lot of kids get into things, and then you never know. You want to be really careful when your kids are going to go to someone else's house, What are they doing, with the guns? Are they locked up away from the kids and the meds? So it was a very interesting conversation, which I'm going to talk to Janice Garceau about it and see what we can do to make a difference there.
Yeah, well, public outreach for sure.
I guess I would say, to follow what Commissioner Adair is saying, the piece of gun legislation that I'm most interested in this session is the safe storage bill, which I'm in favor of, and this other bill dealing with concealed carry in public buildings. It's on the one hand, when the legislature is talking about what they want to happen in the legislature buildings, I feel like that's up to them. I don't want to be, I don't think we should take a position on that. But on the other hand, if they're also kind of providing the opportunity or, opening the door to discussion about whether we want to do something similar on county properties or on school district properties or in the city building, then that does sort of draw us into the debate on that piece of legislation. And I'm just not really interested in that discussion. I am very interested in this safe storage bill. But
Do a little prep. So I was already asking the media, and I was like, well, we
Yeah.
haven't discussed it, and
yeah,
so I mean that's kind of where we're at.
yeah.
Okay, well, so
But I mean, it does, if basically the way that the bill is written right now, it says, and local governments can decide to do this too. I mean,
well,
if we didn't want to, have that choice, like if we didn't want to even, be considered like that, we could send them, we could send in testimony asking them to just make it about them. Like just make this about the state legislature and don't, leave local governments out of it. That would be one thought on taking a somewhat neutral stance.
Association of Oregon Counties, remember, I don't know if it was the legislative call or one of the committees, sorry, I don't know much, but somebody made the motion, so it came to a vote, and it was just black and white, majority by far, the, kind of the rural counties, but there was a couple high-density counties that are like, yeah, we need this, we need to stop people from, having this opportunity. So I don't want to put too many words to it, but there was like a couple high-density counties that were all into this, and everybody else was like, no, this doesn't make sense to our area.
Right.
So it's just like that. It's
The
just,
vote actually came out of the legislative committee unanimous. When it got to the general vote, it was 33-7. So, and yes, there were a couple highly populated areas that were really upset, but it could create a lot of confusion,
and that makes me
one
wonder,
area to the next, a change.
if I was living there, would I see it like that? I just don't have a feel for it, but I mean, it doesn't look the same.
And I mean, for the legislature, they've had, they've had armed people kind of, protesting and sometimes very aggressively and violently protesting right at their door. I mean, we haven't had that here. So I mean, it's, again, like, to the extent that they want to pass rules for the legislative buildings, I think, I don't think that we have a place weighing in on that choice. But to the extent that this affects, whether we have to make these kinds of choices or not, that brings us into it.
So I'll pull, if it's one or two or three bills, we'll look at them on Friday, see if there's a position to be taken. So, okay.
I'd rather spend my time talking about the federal appropriation stuff on Friday. But if we can do both, then.
Just one quick FYI add-on to a comment Commissioner Adair made just a minute ago in terms of expired prescriptions. There is a drop box in the lobby of the Sheriff's Office on the north end of town. There's also one right across the parking lot here in our pharmacy, which is available for the public to utilize also in terms of dropping off expired prescription medications there. So that's a very important public health topic that our public health staff has advocated for as well. So there are 2 locations, county locations for expired medications here in Bend.
Thank you, Tom, for clearly pointing out where people can do that, because it is really important. It's spring cleaning time. I was reading how to make your house, whatever, more pleasant, and that was one of the things it said you needed to do, was go through your medicine cabinet and clean it out. So I'm sure I'm going to do that, right?
Does aspirin expire?
Baby
So,
aspirin?
well, we were having this discussion. There's a bottle, just aspirin, and it's way expired. I'm like, no, it's probably still good.
The effectiveness probably is compromised.
Yeah.
Is it gonna
But
kill
the
you?
shredding,
Probably not.
the shredding days are drop-off times also. So the sheriff's office does shredding, secure document shredding, and then there's prescription drop-off at that locations too, which they do in Lapine and Sisters around the county. So good opportunity for disposal. So at this time, being 10 to 10, let's see if we can switch gears and prepare at least for our next COVID-19 update item.
Is our system not working again today?
May just, yeah.
Oh, it was just asleep.
So we'll see if, the staff is available. So Dr. Conway, Molly Wells-Darling. And if not, we'll stand by for a moment, but there we go, Nahad Sadar-Azodi. Okay, yeah, so we'll just stand by. Is there anything else? Or I guess we're just going to take a break for a moment.
Okay.
Not officially. We're just going to stand by.
Oh,
No need to.
maybe I could ask, is Nahad on? Maybe I could just ask him a question. Nahad, when we had 145 positive cases, I think it was like the end of October, how many people were in the hospital at that moment in time? I just would like to compare it, because I know we only have 4 in there today, and I just thought, well, looking back, that's probably pretty similar to where our numbers are now. And I just wondered if the hospitalization is less.
Should be.
Hi, Commissioners. Good morning. We're still kind of organizing ourselves, so apologies. I heard Commissioner Adair's question. Please give me a moment. I don't have a great memory from October. Even yesterday, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
me
what
too.
I did. So
this is the pre-COVID-19 discussion session, or
Well,
discussion
I think
session,
I have
yeah.
14 binders, so I could go and find
Yeah.
it, but of course, I hadn't looked it up. I didn't know if there's any way you can pull it up, Nahad.
So you were asking,
I can look in my binder.
you were asking for hospitalizations on the week of 10/25, 10/31, where it was 145 cases.
Right, I was just curious
Yeah.
to know if,
And then
yeah, please,
We've- we've learned that hospitalizations lag a little bit from no published cases. So remember, there's that offset where the people that are going to get acute may end up in the hospital a week later.
correct.
And I would.
So I'm actually opening up my October presentation to see if I can get that number for you.
And I would hope that with our very high rates of vaccination among seniors, that the people that are most vulnerable to being hospitalized from a COVID case now, a lot of them are vaccinated. So,
Yeah.
Correct.
So I was just notified that we could take a few moments for a financial update. Sounds like Greg Munn may be available. So we are just going to do that. We'll switch gears. The question's been asked, Nahad, and we'll get back for information in a little while on that. So Greg Munn. We can switch gears on the video for Greg Munn possibly, or see if he's available to join us.
I have the information whenever.
oh, thank you. That was really fast, Nahad. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hello.
I thought I would just jump in here real quick, only take a couple of minutes of your time, just give you a quick update on the financial side here, what's going on with pandemic funding. 2 things. One, I want to let you know that we just this week, or late last week actually, received our final CARES Act reimbursement funding payment. That's $487,000. So with that payment, that reimbursement of CARES funding through the state, we have fully expended our complete allotment. Once we have those dollars allocated based on the allocation spreadsheet that you all approved, I'll bring that back to you just as a way to reconcile and finalize that whole project. I'll bring that back to you. But I just want to let you know we've received the money. And additionally, we are working on a potential contract through the state to process the FEMA reimbursement request for the vaccine center. And it will give us some additional flexibility that we wouldn't have on our own if we were to apply directly through FEMA for those funds, and should significantly reduce our administrative overhead in terms of actually putting the work together. So the OHA has extended this offer for counties throughout the state, and I believe that most of us are looking heavily into it in terms of taking it up. What that means is as soon as we have a contract review, we'll likely be bringing that back to you for approval as it is a grant. That was real quick, only a couple minutes. Any questions for me before I jump off again?
So we'll see a kind of a spreadsheet accounting of it was $6 million something for that, all those dollars that flowed last year, and that'll be
6.4 million.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
I just kind of round up and round.
25 million, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't.
Yep. Okay.
So Greg,
Exactly. I should be bringing that back to you within the next month.
That's
I would
fine.
imagine, less.
Great.
So Greg, as time goes on and there's still not a lot of guidance being offered on the American Rescue Plan, state and local dollars, I'm increasingly assuming that means that those are just highly flexible funds, that they're making discretionary for us. I mean, is that the way that we should be thinking about that at this point, or should we still be waiting for this is eligible and this is not?
Audio.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Commissioner Chang, I think you're exactly right. There's only a couple of items that they've excluded. One is pension funds. You can't use the money to backfill pension funds or pension costs, I should say. And the read I have so far, and David Givens has been great about, he finds articles and shares those with all of us, so we're kind of constantly digging in, trying to absorb as much of the new information that's out as it comes out almost on a daily basis to help us put some parameters around it. But at this point, I think discretionary is a pretty good word in terms of how those funds can be applied. And just so that you know, as we're going through reviewing the department budgets with Tom, the budget officer, we're actually thinking about how those funds could possibly be used and adding those to a list that at some point we'll be bringing before you pretty soon, I would imagine, in terms of making some decisions on how those dollars can actually be spent.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Tom,
Thank
did you
very-
have something that you want to?
Thank you for the
I was going
update.
to say that the other exclusion that they make clear on is that you can't cut taxes with any ARP funds.
Heard that as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the update. At this time, we'll do the COVID-19 public health update, welcoming everyone back.
Good morning, Commissioners. George Conway, Health Services Director. I have with me Molly Wells-Darling, who's our Incident Command Deputy Commander, and Nahad Sadar-Zodi, who's the Public Health Director.
Well, I've got one other item for us, Dr. Conway. So this is, it's been notified that this is National Public Health Week. On top of a pandemic, we have Public Health Week right now. So I'd like to take a few moments and thank our staff and Public Health Department for the amazing work over the year. So if you don't mind, just the concept that this is population health, and a pandemic just happens to be that situation, but we do this year-round. We have professional staff, population health, reducing risks, aiming at different diseases or items that reduce the health of our community. So just taking a moment saying thank you for National Public Health Week. Any thoughts?
Yeah, and also just the whole idea within that, when you're looking at populations and you're doing, a lot of what we do in our public health division is prevention oriented, helping us keep people from getting to the point where where getting them back on track is far more expensive and far more challenging, and also preventing the impacts of certain kinds of health challenges to the broader community. Things like communicable disease epidemics are one thing. Epidemics of substance use disorder, being another example. So. It's a great opportunity to celebrate the work that and honor the work that our public health division is doing, and that our community is doing to maintain the overall health of the population in our community.
And I want to acknowledge the fact that our vaccination report is the top of the state for those 65 and older. The fact that we have 82% of them vaccinated. Clearly, that comes from our public health department's messaging. What an excellent job you've done reaching out to the community, and actually from the second survey, changing people's minds about the vaccine. I appreciate that, and I thank all the 1,100 volunteers that have stepped up to help our public health department, because our department could not do this alone. Thank you to the entire community and the community for listening to the messaging that we try and give on a weekly basis to help keep our community safe. Remember, wash your hands, distance, and it's really, you can see the results that we have so many people that are vaccinated. People that are the most vulnerable have been vaccinated. And it looks like we're going to be able to have anyone over, 16 vaccinated in the very near future. So thank you to Public Health. Thank you to your whole team.
And one special note for Nahad Sadar-Azodi. He joined us right as this pandemic got started. But, he is the professional and the leader of the public health division of Deschutes County's health. So, Nahad, thank you very much. You are the professional, and you do a great job at, as I say, during a pandemic, but hopefully we'll get back to other basic public health items in your career here at Deschutes County.
Yeah, and you got thrown right in the very deep end of the pool, day one.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thanks. Well, following up on that metaphor, Nahad has certainly proven his proficiency at being able to swim.
There we go.
I would like to, as the public health administrator for the county, I would like to acknowledge your role, commissioners, as the public health authority, which has, from my perspective, two important roles. One is the statutory one, which is oversight, and that includes the oversight and feedback on technical requests and information we provide, as well as the funding oversight. And then also a very important and often unsung role of elected officials is the public messaging of complex scientific messages through what we call translation, which is taking complicated scientific things and reducing them down to something that citizens can readily understand. And we really appreciate all of you being very involved in that during this pandemic year that we've been experiencing. With that, I will plow ahead with our presentation.
Yes,
okay?
please. So there was a question on the first slide before we got going here that Commissioner Dare asked Nahad, so there'll just be an extra little bullet point of information to come up.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Can you see the slides? And I'm not sure I
Yes.
followed what you were saying, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was just introducing, so there was a slight conversation at 10 minutes before the hour. Commissioner Dare asked hospitalizations relative to the numbers from the 10/25 to 10/31. So the next slide, we were just referring to one of the weeks where the number of cases were about the same as we are today.
Okay, so when we get to that, we can talk about that. Okay, so I already introduced Molly Wells-Darling. This is our case numbers, and I'm sorry I'm looking askance. The way that my computers are set up, I have to look at a different screen. That doesn't, for some reason, on the Zoom isn't showing us to me the screen, so I don't mean to appear distracted. So our case numbers have gone up again, 151 cases in the last full week, last Sunday, the 28th through the 3rd. And I do want to add a footnote, which is that our case investigation team did follow up on your request, Commissioner Dare, and the 13 cases which were attributed to the prior week have been adjusted in OHA's records. Unfortunately, that has not affected the trajectory for our risk categorization. This is the age group distribution, and
Pardon me, Dr. Conway. So this was the question. It was on the last slide, and the HUD had a bit of information. It was the number of hospitalizations.
Yeah.
okay.
Is it okay, George?
Yeah, I thought we had don't we have a hospitalization curve though?
We do, but since commissioners are asking, let me just provide them the information. Commissioner Dare was asking about hospital admissions back in October and November, and from a very quick look that I had, it looks like the latter part of October, we were having around 6 to 8 admissions, roughly. I mean, this is average numbers. And then as we moved into early to mid-November, those numbers doubled in terms of admissions at the hospital at St. Charles Medical Center. The other thing, George, quickly, because the commissioner's slides will slightly vary from the previous slide on cases, we did have a confirmed death due to COVID that's added to the slide that you presented. So we now have 71 deaths, whereas commissioner's slides will show 70.
Okay, thank you. So shall I revert to the order of the slides?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're up into 150 this last week. This is the age distribution, and you all may recall that early on, the concentration of the epidemic or pandemic as expressed in our county was more middle-aged and older folks, and since then has moved down so that what we might call the centroid, the largest number of cases are in older teens and young adults. This is an interesting slide. So this looks at the age, and I'll explain what this is. So the colors are for different weeks. So in each of these bars, small bar charts, we're reading from left to right. So the blue is the first full week in March. The orange is the second full week in March, et cetera, third week. And then this is the week that traverses March and April, the most recent week that we have data for. And you can see that there has been a steady increase in teens up through people in their 50s. And the marked increase has been in the young adults, 20 to 29, with a very sharp increase this last reporting week, and a substantial increase the week before. So many of the new caseloads are attributable to these young adults, older teens, and then with diminishing return as we get older. So we believe that this may reflect some of the increasing activity as well as spring break. Time will tell. What we don't know is how much effect the variant strains that are causing havoc around the rest of the country are contributing to this. We're awaiting better cross-sectional data for that in Oregon. This is our COVID testing data. You can see that we've had a very modest increase in number of tests, but we do continue to increase the number of tests on a percentage basis that are positive. And this is consistent with the picture that we would see of increasing cases. This is our hospitalizations. We continue to have few hospitalizations locally in the St. Charles system and very few from Deschutes. As of yesterday, there was one individual hospitalized from Deschutes County. Now, did you see that epi data for this morning?
It was 4 today.
Yeah, four admissions, yes.
There's four from Deschutes or 4 for St. Charles?
4 admissions, yeah, total.
And Deschutes?
It was 4
4
total.
total admissions from the Tri-County area.
Okay, fine. Do we know how many total of the census is from Deschutes County?
Less than 5.
Okay, thank you. This is the risk-based framework for counties. And we have been notified that as of Friday, Deschutes will, if you will, migrate back into the high-risk county status, which does add some additional requirements for spacing, reminders about masks, as well as a reduction in the number of persons that can be in different types of public settings. We'll know more as time goes on, but this is clearly attributable to our increasing case rate, and it wasn't the margin call that we thought it might be when we were looking at last week's data. So the messaging of this is consistent with the inherent messaging and the risk scheme, which is to continue social distancing, facial coverings, good hygiene, and then particularly now that it's getting warmer, take advantage of fresh air. So those that do want to congregate, especially if it's not with family members and whatnot, the best way to do that is appropriately distanced and masked, unless, of course, you're drinking or eating at the moment, at appropriate distance outdoors. A couple of other things that we wanted to bring up to date. This is partially an answer to Commissioner DeBone's questions about the overall impact of COVID-19. So it was just an MMWR published in last week that summarizes the leading causes of death for the United States in 2020. This comes out of the National Center for Health Statistics from the National Vital Statistics System. And you can see that heart diseases, as typical, contribute almost 700,000 deaths last year. Cancer, about 600,000 deaths. And in 2020, COVID, almost 350,000 deaths. Now, these two are essentially annualized because there's a fairly steady death rate. Because COVID deaths didn't gain much momentum until partway into the year, a better comparison for this would be the annual death rate, which exceeded 500,000 persons by the time we got to the anniversary of the initial rise in cases in the United States, as we discussed in early March. So the annual death impact from COVID during this pandemic year that we're just beyond the cusp of has been about 100,000 less than the annual burden from cancer deaths and about 200,000 less than the annual burden of heart disease. So it's a very substantial number of deaths. And this compares quite disfavorably to, for example, influenza, which has had a range of deaths from about 15,000 to about 60,000 with an average annual mortality of about 35,000 in the United States over the last decade. So there is some good news, and that is that the two mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, that's the Pfizer and the Moderna ones that we've been giving as the primary vaccinations locally, are highly effective in preventing preventing infections in real-world conditions. So what they did is they followed 4,000 healthcare personnel, first responders, essential workers, had them tested weekly for the virus, and then compared those who had been vaccinated and not. And those who were fully vaccinated were 90% less likely to be infected. And this was also published last week in the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report from CDC. So now I'll hand things over to Molly, unless there are questions on the data slides.
Yeah, Dr. Conway and Nahad,
Yes.
Before we go on to vaccination, I would love to ask a couple questions about the recent increase in spread of COVID in our community. My first question is, based on case investigation and contact tracing among this now larger number of people in the last 2 weeks who are reporting cases of COVID, do we have a sense of how they're getting it? Do we have a sense of what behaviors are what kinds of gathering are contributing to the uptick in cases?
George, should I answer or? Okay. So thanks, Commissioner. So first of all, it's good to remind the committee members that up until a week or two ago, our department and majority of departments throughout Oregon were working in a surge modality, which was based on the case numbers and the capacity of the departments to respond in terms of case investigation and contact tracing. And what that meant practically was that we had to prioritize the number of questions and the groups of people that we would reach out to seek information. Since a couple of weeks now, we have moved more towards a comprehensive contact tracing and investigation modality, and that will provide us with more details. So that's the caveat and the context I'd like to first present. Now, having said that, in the last week, from my understanding after conversations with our contact tracing team, a lot of the cases are emerging from close contact and household transmissions as main sources of infection, which is very rational and frankly logical in terms of how this virus transmits. It's not so different from previous patterns. Also, what we're seeing is that many cases do have traveling specified, which is considered a risk factor for acquiring and transmitting this virus. And that is linked probably closely to the spring break holiday, which Dr. Conway alluded to earlier. There are also several outbreaks that we are seeing contributing to the case numbers in our communities as well. So these are clusters or identified outbreaks where we are able to actually do more in-depth analysis to make the linkages. There were outbreaks in the past too, but again, we weren't doing a full on-board type of investigation to have that information. I hope that clarifies the patterns we're seeing so far, Commissioner.
If I could,
Commissioner Chang, I'll reflect on that a bit. And as has been widely publicized over the last 2 weeks, CDC a couple weeks ago issued a very cautious, permissive attitude toward travel for those who have been fully vaccinated. And then about a week ago, they made that a little more robust, which is that people that for any reason need to travel, such as to visit a family member, et cetera, with some underlying reason, that are fully vaccinated should be safe, but they should continue to wear face coverings when you're in the middle of transportation, maintain social distance, et cetera. So they are safe, and they should be relatively safe for them as far as the risk of conveying infection to others, but they're still encouraged to wear masks when they visit those family members. So there is some, if you will, advisory advantage to having been vaccinated, but there's no active encouragement for travel for non-necessary purposes at this time. And indeed, especially with these increasing risk rates, travel that's not necessary probably is one of the risk factors that could be avoidable.
Right. And
George, George, just to sort of hone in on that point, commissioners, last week I mentioned that there was a mass testing event, and I just wanted to let you know that we had nearly 200 committee members show up at the event, which we're really grateful for them. We had around 7 positive cases, almost half of whom were asymptomatic. So this goes to George's point around asymptomatic, like we don't have to show symptoms to be transmitting this virus. So we're silent carriers in some regards. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Commissioner Chang, go ahead.
Oh, and actually to piggyback on that, the aggregate testing rate for that mass vaccination was 3.8%, so very close to the just over 4% we showed on the other slide.
Right. No, that was all great information. Thank you. I wanted to drill down a little bit farther and ask on the travel, the travel relationship to the spike in cases. Is that people from Deschutes County traveling out and bringing COVID back, or is that people traveling into the region and spreading COVID to our community?
So George muted, so that probably means I need to answer that. So good question, Commissioner. This has always been an issue for us, frankly. We haven't been able to, because of the way the database is set up, we're not really able to have really good understanding of this, but maybe things have changed and I have missed the boat on that. What I know is that we typically reach out to residents of Deschutes for follow-up, and we understand their behaviors. It's difficult for us to really have a sense in terms of non-Deschutes residents and their travel patterns into our community. This has come up a number of times, especially during fall, and we were trying to get a better sense from the state around maybe if they could provide us a holistic picture for the entire state. I hope my information is not outdated, but it's something that I'll definitely follow up to see if there has been any progress in this regard.
So there is one thing other than the additional hazard posed by being in public transportation, whether it's aircraft or bus or train, the advice for traveling and visiting are basically the same, which is that vaccinated individuals are much less likely to acquire or transmit the disease, but still should remain cautious. So for both traveling and visiting, we're not encouraging that unless it's for some purpose at this juncture. I think as over the next few weeks, we'll be able to sort out whether or not the increase, the very sharp increases have been seen in Michigan, where they're basically filling up the ICUs currently, the Northeastern corridor, which had very bad experience a year ago, last winter, is having very high rates. There does seem to be a predominance now of this variant strain, the UK1 B117. Whether or not that's going to become a broad national pattern and whether or not that's contributing to the increase that we've seen in Oregon, not just in Deschutes, is unknown, but there is more sequencing going on. So we'll have more clarity of that. But until we do, basically, there are some more mobile, if you will, privileges that can be safely encouraged among vaccinated people, but not to the point of non-essential visiting and travel. So the general recommendations remain the same.
Got it. And the other kind of fine scale question I wanted to ask about what you've shared was about the outbreaks. So is there any patterns or like typical kinds of places where outbreaks are occurring, or is it just a variety of settings?
Well, we do have a report that that we're actually preparing that the contact investigation and tracing team has put together, which details a central feature that a very large party played in a substantial outbreak that was associated with one high school in particular, but with cases in other high schools. So big parties are still a bad idea.
Okay.
It's the one very large scale outbreak we've had recently. We do continue to have outbreaks that are in businesses, within the workers in the businesses, that are associated with smaller gatherings as well. But certainly the thing that we really want to actively discourage is large gatherings, and that includes both informal and, commercial gatherings, and where there's not a very strict adherence to social distancing, et cetera.
So I could maybe add to that a bit, George, if it's okay. As George mentioned, rightfully so, certainly a lot of the outbreaks are linked to some form of social gathering, right? But that's a big term, and how it's defined, of course, might vary. We do see, for example, even sporting events where it's supposed to be outdoors and people are supposed to take precautionary measures. And yet, frankly, those measures are not enforced, or people are not necessarily subscribing to them. And thus, it leads to transmission, especially when distance amongst people is compromised and they're sharing the same air. Even some institutions, highly respected institutions, which have done a fantastic job of mitigating transmission, like faith-based institutions, we are seeing some emerging concerns from those places where perhaps people are putting their guards down, and it's really important to continue to be double down on some of these preventive measures. So these are a couple of emerging patterns thus far.
So I'd be remiss, I think we'd probably all be remiss, if we don't acknowledge how fatigued everyone is from this very protracted siege that's affected our nation. And we understand that this is actually a substantial request to people not to assume a normal stance yet. We're optimistic that we will get to some measure of broad immunity, if not effective herd immunity, most likely sometime in the summer, particularly in the fall, once children hopefully will be able to be immunized. But until then, we really don't have much confidence that intermingling of people that don't share the same household without observing those precautions doesn't carry a cumulative, potential, substantial community risk. And it's unfortunate. It's not the position any of us would like to be in, but we're at that point now where there are some demonstrable protections afforded by vaccination, but the majority of the population is not vaccinated yet. And Molly will be giving an update about the new eligibility criteria. So with your permission, maybe we move on to that.
The one other question I did want to ask, and it relates to vaccination, but it goes back to the age breakdown of cases. I'm curious, at some point you would expect that if a lot of people over 65 have been vaccinated, that we will see cases in that age group decreasing even further than they have been in that age bracket in the past. And I'm wondering, so going back to the trends using age rates for Deschutes population slide, whether you feel like we're already seeing that, or it still takes 2 weeks after your second shot to reach full full effectiveness of vaccines, or are we already seeing from the 60 to 69 up the benefits of vaccination, and then which would lead me to wonder if then the next group for vaccination is your 45 to 64 with certain conditions, or 45 to 64 with no conditions, how long it'll take before we see vaccination helping to dampen the case numbers in various age brackets as we proceed through vaccination.
Sure. Well, we don't as a county, we don't have enough information to provide, if you will, existential certainty that we're seeing attenuation in cases in elders just based on vaccination. But we have seen a decrease, a marked increase in the number of cases, and more markedly, nationally, in the states that have high vaccination rates, a substantial decrease in hospitalizations of older people, as well as deaths in older people. So we do believe there's a strong association. Modeling that and looking, and so for example, this age data, we can't distinguish in that between the people who have been vaccinated and not. Very high likelihood the people that are being detected as cases have not been vaccinated, but we cannot distinguish that with the data that we have. But we do know nationally that the number of older adults that are ending up hospitalized and the number of deaths have fallen substantially with broad vaccination. Other countries have seen that. The other thing is we can't say definitively that the behavior per se of these younger people is implicated in this, or whether the centering of the epidemic now locally in these younger ages below 60 is partially because of a diminution of cases in the older adults.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and where I'm going with this is I'm just wondering at what point we can hope that vaccination is actually going to be showing up in lower case numbers.
I think we're already seeing that, and I think we'll continue to see it as we vaccinate more people.
Okay. So hopefully this will give us an additional leg up or boost as we're trying to get back down from high risk level back to moderate risk level.
So can I jump in for a second, if you allow me? Commissioner, I would be a bit cautious, but I would be cautious in looking at the population or public health impact of vaccination based on number of cases. And the reason is that, amongst other factors like variants circulating and all that, is that what happens usually as we start vaccinating segments of the population, this virus starts manifesting itself in pockets where groups of people or communities have not been vaccinated yet for various reasons, whether it's by choice or because they're not eligible yet, or because the vaccine is not necessarily approved for those age groups. So those numbers can, in fact, distract us a bit from the impact of vaccination overall. I would look at hospital admissions as one area, although again, there's the caveat of variants and its impact, as one important indicator how it's impacting our sort of getting out of this pandemic. And then later on, as more and more people get vaccinated and it becomes eligible for younger age groups and what have you, then maybe looking at case numbers would be perhaps more informative.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Poor Molly, sorry, it's been like a ping pong match between George and me, so you're up.
So moving on to our vaccination report, and Molly has quite a bit to report.
Great, so we'll talk about some of our data first. Just a heads up on the data that the OHA is working on their system for county-specific data. So the data you'll see here forward is from last week. This is actually the state data of vaccines administered by day per manufacturer. So you'll see that we still have a lot of Moderna and a lot of Pfizer, and just a little bit of Johnson & Johnson. And that is similar to what we have here in Deschutes County. We had a lot of Pfizer last week. We had some second dose Moderna going out last week, and just a small amount of Johnson & Johnson. So hopefully in the future we'll see more Johnson & Johnson coming our way. But the good news is that we're seeing a steady increase in vaccines throughout the state, as well as in Deschutes County. We can go to the next slide. This just shows you that Deschutes County continues to be one of the counties that is vaccinating at a high rate. The dark blue shows those counties that are vaccinating the highest percentage of their county. And then this shows the people who are in the vaccination series, that 17,000, and then those that are fully vaccinated. Again, this is last week's data. So just at the mass vaccination clinic alone, we did about 10,000 more than this. And then you have the pharmacies and Mosaic and La Pine communities that are also vaccinating. So next week, we will hope to have updated data for you to see the increase. You can go to the next one, George.
Actually, before we go on, I'll just point out that this hasn't been for lack of diligence on our part. LHA has had a problem with compiling their data having to do with reconciling zip codes and county boundaries. So we are awaiting that data.
And then this is just the graph that shows us those that are fully vaccinated in the orange, and the vaccination series is in the orange, and fully vaccinated is in the blue. So total as of the beginning of last week was 55,880 vaccinations that have gone out. We know at least we have about 10,000 more than that just from the mass vaccination clinic alone. So again, we'll see those updated numbers next week. Currently, we are serving through Group 7. So anyone who is a frontline worker is defined by the CDC, and also any household member living with a frontline worker, we are vaccinating now, in addition to multi-generational households and individuals who are 16 on up with medical conditions. And we talk about the medical conditions in a minute. One thing that's important for people to know when they go on to pre-register for vaccine, there is an area, we needed to be able to identify individuals who are household family members of frontline workers. The only place we could do that was in occupation. So if you're a frontline worker, family member, household family member, please click on the box in occupation that says you're a household or you're a family member or a frontline worker, and that will get you into the eligibility group. And then the good news is that April 19th, the governor has opened us up for everyone 16 or older to become eligible for vaccines. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on how you can sign up to get your vaccine. Next slide. This just goes over the underlying health conditions. I think some things to note is that the BMI has changed to 25 and greater rather than 30 and greater. I highly encourage people who don't know what your BMI is to go online to a BMI calculator, and you can find out your BMI. I think some people will be surprised that they meet this criteria and can come on in and get their vaccination currently. And then some other things that were added were smoking, current or former smoker, as well as people who are currently struggling with a substance use disorder. So this has expanded. The thing to know about this is when you go on and you register for our pre-registration to get on our waiting list, there's boxes that you click. You just click whatever applies to you, and then that gets you into this eligibility group. And then again, next on April 19th, we will open up to everyone. So you won't have to have any of these. Move forward.
Molly, a question we've been getting is that people that will become eligible on April 19th, should they wait until April 19th to go on and be registering?
No, so we want everyone pre-registering right now. And we will be going in order of your pre-registration. So really, we want everyone that wants a vaccine to get on there. If you end up getting a vaccine somewhere else before you get it with us, that's fine. We'll send you a link and you won't use the link, and then that link will go to someone else. But the best and easiest way to do this is to go online, and I think that might be our next slide here, George, is to go online at centraloregoncovidvaccine.com, and you can go one more slide forward. When you go on here to this website, there is a pre-registration form. You register. This registers you to get on the wait list for a vaccine. And then when we have vaccine available and you are also eligible, we start sending out links. Now, it's important to know that we send out those links on how much we have. So if we get 3,000 doses of first doses of vaccine next week, and we have 5,000 people sent who have registered to be on the wait list that are eligible, we'll send out the links to the first 3,000. So it may be the following week when you get your link, but you will get a link if you've registered and are on that wait list. When you do get that link, you have 48 hours to utilize the link. So please do make sure that when you get it, you go onto that website and schedule your vaccine appointment. And I think our next slide actually shows what you'll see once you're pre-registered. So people have been a little bit confused. So we updated our messaging to really make it big and bold that you're set and you're good. You don't need to fill out another pre-registration form. So at the end of registering for your pre-registration to be on the wait list, you're going to see this message. You're all set. You don't need to do anything else. You won't be getting a confirmation email. Unfortunately, our system doesn't allow that. So this is what shows you. So you want to either take a picture of this or write down your confirmation code so that you have this. This shows you that, yes, indeed, you are on the wait list, and when you are eligible and when there's vaccine available, we'll be sending you a link.
So, and it's a convenient 32-digit code, alphanumeric code that you can transcribe. So it might be better to take a screenshot of this.
Yeah, super easy there. Okay, and then next. So again, this is the email that you're going to see come from us to you. It's going to be a do not reply at St. Charles or scmc.org. The link expires after 48 hours. And when you get your email, you'll want to schedule over the computer. I just want to note again that you will not be receiving calls asking for your social security number or credit cards. We do not ask for that. You do not need insurance to come out to this clinic. If you have it, please bring it with you. But if you don't have it, that is fine. We do not need that. And there is not a charge for the clinic. So it's important just to know that where this email will come from. And also, if you know how to add this to your email addresses so that the emails don't go to spam, I would check your junk folders just in case you get a link there. Some people have said that's occurred just based on how email functions. Next slide.
But Molly, if you're an OSU Beavers fan, you get priority over Ducks, right?
Absolutely not.
God,
Ducks
where did
always.
you come up with that?
Oh, boy.
I'm a big Duck fan.
Oh, see, Nahad, you picked up the wrong person.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so just some questions. So if people have questions about anything related to vaccine, your quickest and easiest way is to go to the frequently asked questions page at this website here, Deschutes.org COVID-19 vaccine. That will show some local frequently asked questions, which we're updating. And then also there's a link that will take you to the overall state frequently asked questions about vaccines. So that would be your best way. The next would be to email our health services at Deschutes.org. We will have an automatic response that comes to you that has frequently asked questions in it. So hopefully you'll get your question answered that way. But if not, there's also an email that comes to our team, and we have a team of quite a few individuals that are working on answering those emails. And then finally, I just want to point out that the fastest and easiest way to get registered is through our Central Oregon COVIDvaccine.com. That is the fastest and easiest. Calling our hotline is not the fastest and easiest. And the hotline we really want that to be for our most vulnerable populations who don't have access to a computer or who maybe have a hard time navigating a computer. We want to reserve that hotline for people to call there to get that assistance. If you are someone who's calling that hotline because you don't have a computer and need assistance, our hotline staff will help you get pre-registered. And then when your link is available, it will be emailed to our hotline staff. And then we will reach out to you, let you know that your link is available. And then we will work to get you registered with an appointment. It doesn't work. This isn't a hotline where you can just call and sign up for appointments. So just I want to point that out, that really we've had a high volume of calls, and really the fastest and easiest is through that website. On a computer, on your phone is a little more difficult because there's some date of birth issues. So going to a computer and pre-registering there will be the fastest and easiest way to get on that wait list. Questions?
I I have a question, not actually for you, Molly, but perhaps Nahad. Nahad, can you give us the number of Deschutes County residents to date that have been in the hospital? I don't believe we got that number today. It was like
Sure.
219 maybe last week.
Yeah, ever hospitalized, Commissioner, is 220.
220, okay. Thank you.
Molly, I got a phone message just yesterday from someone who said that they had pre-registered, and then they didn't see a message to actually schedule an appointment, but then they did see something shortly after that said you missed your 48-hour window, and if we get a call like that, what is the best place to try to plug them in to get rescheduled, short of just saying, okay, pre-register again? Like, is there some place we can point them to talk to somebody to try to kind of get back in the queue?
Well, the fastest and easiest way is for them to pre-register again, because once they don't respond to that link, their pre-registration falls out of the system. They could call the hotline, but it's probably going to take longer to get through there. And what they will do is they'll just pre-register them themselves over the phone in order to get that link. So really the easiest and quickest thing for them to do is to go on and pre-register.
Okay.
And actually, so just something I want to emphasize. So because some spam queuing in certain software will relegate something that has do not reply to spam filter, people, once they've registered, would be well advised to check their spam filter maybe daily, that they haven't missed a message from this, because this is one of those things that could be filtered out, and that we just don't have a patch for that right now.
Yep. Thank you, George.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No other questions. Thank you for the update. Let's all work together as a community in these times when we're going to go back up in the
Risk level.
risk levels as defined. I know that, it's being published right now and to go into effect on Friday this week.
Thanks very much, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So at this time, since we were able to do other items, we will recess until 1 o'clock for our last item of the day. Welcome back. This is our afternoon session for the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners on April 7th, 2021. Item number 11, FY22 Video Lottery Fund allocations. Whitney, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hill, Administration. Today we're going to discuss fiscal year 22 Video Lottery Fund allocations. As you know, each year the board reviews anticipated revenue for the county's portion of video lottery funds and develops an expenditure plan for those funds that historically has included funding for a variety of activities, including economic development, various projects, and support for service partner organizations. Staff has collected information based on requests for funding for this upcoming fiscal year, and we're prepared to walk through those requests with you using a spreadsheet that you have in your packet and that you'll also see on the screen. I did want to note that we've revised the beginning net working capital estimate for fiscal year 22. We're estimating that at $849,000, so you'll see that reflected in a handout that was provided and also on the screen. We have County Treasurer and CFO Greg Munn joining us by Zoom if the board has questions about kind of money that we're receiving or forecasting that we're estimating to receive next year. And we also have Sarah Hudson on today's call with us. Sarah is a health services employee who does some direct management of our service partner organizations. So in the event that the board has deep questions about service partner activity, she's on deck to help answer those. So I'll go ahead and pause, and I'm happy to kind of move forward through the exercise, but does the board have any questions before we begin?
So just acknowledging, it was a year ago that we had shut down short-term rentals at some point. So we knew we were affecting this directly by a policy choice. It was a choice to fund economic development out of transient room tax, knowing that this fund might stop also with restaurants being closed. So, man, we sure didn't know what was coming last year, and it was we went very conservative, obviously, offloaded some of the expenses, and now, which is amazing to see, there's a rollover estimating balance and other revenue that's coming in here. So, as I say, we made some pretty aggressive choices last year, supported the traditional investments we had been able to do in the past, but it's a great spot to be starting with also. So, any other thoughts from Greg Munn on kind of the big picture about how we got here, or also even, the lottery revenue itself? Any thoughts on that at this time?
Yeah, thank you, Greg Munn, County Treasurer and CFO. So, Commissioner DeVone, I think you really nailed it. Probably just, I would echo those comments. We were very conservative last year. We did not know at the time what this pandemic was going to mean for the county and in general, and specifically in video lottery funds. We cut our budget expectation for revenue back by almost 50%. Pretty close to it from what we would have expected in a non-COVID year, and lived through it, and have been positively surprised by events that have happened over the course of the year, with some partial reopenings that have allowed those machines to be working and for folks to do that, and us to collect the revenue. So Whitney and I have worked closely together on this to make sure we get you the best numbers we possibly can, and even to this morning, and she mentioned this earlier, that we've looked again at the financials and revised our beginning fund balance based on what we think our revenues are going to be for this fiscal year and what the expenses we've committed to, and the net of those two essentially producing a revised beginning fund balance. So I think you can proceed with the rest of the meeting and Whitney's agenda there, unless you have any other questions for me.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Or any thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to explore adding a couple of service partners, and also possibly one other economic development concept that something that we've talked about a bit already, but just the idea that there are all sorts of really entrepreneurial, innovative agricultural producers here in the county, and I believe there might be ways to make investments, possibly actually just even making investments in our own CDD staff to facilitate some of the things that some of these farmers and ranchers are interested in doing. So there's that concept, and then in terms of additional service partners, I would love to have us invite to kind of present or explore the idea of adding service partners to groups, the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, and also the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. And I asked Whitney about sort of and Tom about sort of the categories or the designation criteria that we use for service partners, and I believe that both of those entities could fit under one of the three designation criteria. And in my mind, again, our forests, our rivers, our farms, because the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative is basically about, making the river better and making agriculture better. But our forests, our rivers, our farms are are a huge economic driver for the region, and so, it looks like we're starting the year in a pretty good place with lottery revenue. But I was going to suggest that a potential alternative to lottery revenue to support those groups, those two groups, might be transient room tax. Again, the concept that if the forests, the rivers, the farms are the reason that many people come here to Central Oregon, investing transient room tax dollars in those sectors, in those areas of our community is a way to kind of close the loop and reinvest tourism and recreation money back into the things that drive tourism and recreation. Well, that's
Great.
my first pitch.
Yeah, how about we go through kind of the allocation as laid out here, and then, talk about a better known remaining balance where we can start to talk about that also.
Sounds great.
Great. Okay, perfect. My plan is to kind of start at the top and work our way down section by section, if that works for the board. So I'll go ahead and start with economic development. As you likely saw in your packet materials, EDCO is requesting a relatively small increase to the funds that they received last year. It's a 2.2% increase over the funding that they received, which spans general operations as well as support for local capacity across the county in Bend, Sun River, Lapine, Redmond, Sisters, and then it also includes funding for their Venture Catalyst program. So last year, as Commissioner DeBone noted in the introduction, EDCO's request for funds was paid from TRT, and that's why in the spreadsheet that you have in front of you, you won't see allocations listed by category because those did not come from the Video Lottery Fund. The increases that EDCO is requesting this year are a $5,000 increase for the Venture Catalyst program and a $1,000 increase for EDCO regional support. And again, there's supporting materials within the request that EDCO put forward that kind of explains why they believe that those requests are needed at this time. So I'll go ahead and pause and let the board have some conversation about the request coming from EDCO.
So for every one of these items, there's the 2022 requests, and really, I think our decision as a board is, are we rolling those over in to make the official allocation or different numbers?
Can I ask about the loan component? So we don't add capital to that loan program every year, or we have added capital most years, but just not last year?
So that was started before I got here, but Tom will know some history on it. It was unanticipated tax revenue when part of it was when the economy stopped dead in its tracks in 2007, 8, 9. I guess there was a lag from the tax revenue. but all of a sudden, bank foreclosures, banks paid off all back taxes, and there was this, right as the economy was stopped, there was a big number, knowing that we wanted to reinvest in it. So that was one of the revenue sources.
Yeah, Commissioner, we've basically done it on an as-needed basis.
Yeah.
There's been years where we haven't had a loan and had a need to recapitalize, and there's been other years where they've been busy, and we've added money at a sort of an off-cycle time frame, and the money's come from different places. Commissioner DeBone's correct on the original seed money, but it's come from general fund. We may have put TRT money in there at different times. So it's basically as needed. We work with EDCO pretty diligently to try and anticipate loans that are in the pipeline that are coming, so to ensure that we don't get in a position where we run out in the middle of a deal in the work, so to speak.
Right.
And so that request that you see before you for recapitalization of that fund kind of factors in, we have a few loans that are repaying, and so the money that we'll see come in through those repayments, and then kind of what EDCO expects to see in terms of what they know is coming. So Roger had estimated recapitalization should be in the range of 90,000 to 110,000, and I went ahead for the purposes of this exercise and inserted the 110,000 as the request, since it was the higher end.
And the other, let me just make sure I understand correctly. So the other strand of the story here is that this is the loan program where if businesses meet certain performance metrics, their loan can be forgiven as well. Okay, so that would point for a need for regular recapitalization of the fund.
Yeah, hopefully it's a one-way street and the money's just going out and jobs are created and there's a strong payroll and happy families. That's the big picture.
Definitely, it's, I think, an excellent program. It, family living wages, it's outstanding, and, they're carefully evaluated if they do qualify, and it seems like we've really heard some great stories the last couple of months about businesses that have actually been successful in this economy. So refunding that to 110,000, I think, makes perfect sense.
And I agree.
Because we didn't last year. Is that
Correct.
true? Yes.
I would support that.
Yeah, so as soon as we start to put direction to it, are you going to do a live spreadsheet roll here?
Would you like me to? Would that
You don't have to. I'm just saying we've seen that.
You can do, yeah, that would be great.
Okay,
We want to see the technology work.
well, put me in the hot seat here.
Yeah.
For the spreadsheet.
So then the other line items for EDCO regional capacity, Bend, Sun River, Lapine, Redmond, Sisters, and also the Venture Catalyst Program. At this point in time, I'm supportive of all of those. It's really wonderful to see such a great organization that has other revenue sources, a little bit diverse, the public-private partnership plus their event revenue, and not asking for a lot over time. So.
I would be supportive of these amounts as well. I'm just, out of curiosity, I wanted to ask about when we look at the sort of community level investments, are the request levels to the county from Redmond and Bend lower because the cities are contributing a significant amount, or do they just need less money to run those?
Oh, yeah, no, it's not less money.
Positions.
It's just, yeah,
I wouldn't think.
Partnerships, small town, big town.
Yeah.
It's just the way it's evolved, and it's worked over the years.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me. Okay.
I mean, Redmond's program was started in 1988, so they have an enormous track history, extremely successful, but, it seems like the numbers fit what we're doing, what we have been doing, and it's working.
And now there's Crazy Mike's Pizza.
Right, Mike's Pizza is coming to town, so.
So it sounds like support for all of those items
Yes.
in there.
Okay.
So stepping back to the internal services fee, so is that 13,000 relative to the revenue of the year? Is that the idea?
Yes, ISFs for this department are charged in support of a variety of departments, and that's and so the ISF finance helps us out with how to calculate that and to make sure it's in line, so that gets updated every year as we prepare the budget.
Yeah, so that's just kind of the number that came out
Yep.
of the formula.
And I mean, so would we think of that similarly to, when there's a grant, the organization that receives it might charge an indirect rate to basically administer the grant?
Right, the ISFs that are charged a video lottery tied to the departments that assist in facilitating the fund, so the board, admin, finance, I think that's a good analogy. Tom, I don't know if you want to jump in if there's any.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess my one question about that is it enough? I mean,
Yeah, all our ISFs are formula-driven, so in the case of finance as well as BOCC admin, it's based on just simply the size of their budget primarily that drives creates a percentage that is then applied to the cost of the operation that's spread across essentially every county operation that has a budget, on a prorated size of budget. It's not, is it 100% precise, accurate? Probably not, but it's understandable, and there's some rationale behind it in terms of how much each county operation gets charged.
okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that it takes a lot of work to manage money and get it to good outlets. So I want to make sure we're covering our costs.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move into the second part of the economic development request, which comes from the Sunriver Chamber. So last year, similar to EDCO, the board funded $40,000 for Sunriver Chamber of Commerce out of TRT. And again, that's why you're not going to see that figure reflect in the blue column. This year, the Sunriver Chamber has an increased request of $64,000. They're requesting that the board sustain their $40,000 of baseline support is how they're categorizing that funding. And they're requesting $24,000 in new funding for continuation of their Buy Local campaign, which they launched using CRF dollars. And so they are, in the memo that's in the board's packet, they indicated that they feel that campaign has been successful and they'd like to continue it into the coming year. So this is a request for $64,000, which, as you see, is being placed back into a video lottery ask as opposed to TRT where it was last year.
And I had the pleasure of going store to store with the chamber about a month and a half ago, talking to the local community, what they're doing to survive. It's an amazing program. They really feel like it's something worthwhile to keep going forward for the community. And when you consider all that Sunriver does to contribute to Deschutes County, I think it's really an important fund for us to keep allowing them to support local in their campaign.
Great.
I wanted to ask the question, looking at this, I was curious why, what the history is of why we provide support to the Sunriver Chamber and not others.
Sunriver is unincorporated, so they don't have a tax base to fund them, whereas Sisters gets funding from the city of Sisters, but they don't. And pre-COVID, Sunriver actually was responsible for over 50% of the TRT revenue for the county. So I just felt like, they're really not getting their economic justification because there's no city there. And all that we can do to help them, I think, is really important.
Yeah.
They've definitely, they had very carefully, they were very responsible over COVID. They've got their Sunriver masks that they've done. I mean, they've really done a lot of really positive things. They did have one vaccination event down there, but their group has clearly been stepping up in order to meet their community business needs.
Yeah.
Make sure people are still open, in another 6 months.
So I've got a little bit of history. I've been a Sunriver Chamber member as a small business owner previous to being a commissioner. My wife has always been involved. I've generally been an advocate for the Sunriver Chamber of Commerce to be a business support organization, proud of their advocacy for businesses, and not as much responsibility for Deschutes County to take transient room tax from activities that happen around the chamber and give them to the chamber. So I've been less enthusiastic to think that it's our responsibility to pay for chamber operations, but I'm not opposed to supporting them. In the past, I've always said that, your ask is reasonable, let's proceed. I'm less enthusiastic to add, this $24,000, but the 40 seems to be appropriate. So, as I say, I've always been kind of down the middle of the line there, thinking I would much rather see this Chamber of Commerce be a strong membership organization with enthusiastic members paying for their membership and getting a service, independent of the county. So I always let the board members know that too.
Yeah, no, I might fall somewhere right in the middle, because I had a chance to visit with the Sun River Chamber a month, 6 weeks ago, something like that, and we talked about all sorts of really neat things that the county could be doing to support the Sun River community, and in so doing, really supporting the chamber. Things like they were very interested in talking about the broadband. Fiber to the home expansion that they're interested in doing, and if you want to generate more business for Sun River businesses, I can't imagine something that would be more conducive to that than investing in broadband. Because when suddenly 500 more people decide to be permanent residents of Sun River than occasional visitors, it's going to it'll mean a lot more traffic to the grocery store, to the restaurants, to rental services and all sorts of things there. So we talked about broadband. They discussed. They mentioned that the only place that they have a county road concern or challenge is right by. Basically right by the business park, right? The library, the post office, that intersection. They described as during the summertime being really maxed out, and so I mentioned that to Chris and Cody and at Rhodes, and just asked, is there a way to consider this to be part of our TSP? We're talking with folks right now about recycling. That's not as immediately important to the Bend Chamber, but to the Sun River community about recycling and supporting, between the county and Cascade, supporting, a improved recycling system in Sun River. So I guess I'm very interested in providing support for the Sun River community and Sun River businesses, but I don't necessarily think that it has to come through this chamber request. So I would be supportive of the base 40,000 and maybe a bit of a portion of the buy local campaign that they're trying to do, but maybe not the whole thing.
Okay, well, think about it. 50% of the room tax revenue is coming from Sun River. Do we want a lot of empty businesses down there? How is that going to look to the international people that come to Sun River because of their amazing reputation? I mean, I do believe that they are at the top. Comes from personal experience, hearing about people that, they come once and they come back and they come back. But what if, I really feel like what the chamber took on as a responsibility, they did an excellent job. Dan is the new president for the group, and they clearly have identified what they need to do, and to keep that a vibrant community for those people that are going to be visiting. And don't forget that probably we're going to have a really busy summer again, and I just feel like the businesses there do need that bit of support. So I don't have a problem with the extra 24,000. I met they're actually working on their social media. They'd never had somebody doing that before as well. And this woman, I believe her name was Christine Thomas, was excellent. She's out there every day doing something that the chamber totally appreciates.
Yeah, it's just in that spot. So, you mentioned some items that they're advocating for.
Yeah.
And
the bus. The bus is another one.
Yeah.
The employee shuttle bus from La Pine. I mean, that's So I do feel like
Oh, yeah,
we're trying to do, there, you know, the county is trying to do a lot of things to be supportive of Sun River businesses.
Yep.
I'm just not sure if this is,
Well, so
if this one is our job as well.
Yeah, as I say, so then I would much rather see a strong, independent Chamber of Commerce. As I say, I've had the hat on, as a business owner on the other side of this, being able to tell us, yes, we need more support for broadband, yes, we need these transportation improvements. But this request is for us to pay for the Chamber of Commerce to tell us the stuff that they need. You know, it's like we're paying on both sides of this transaction.
Yeah, yeah.
But as I say, I mean, I just want to acknowledge that. I mean, I'm not so enthusiastic about paying for Chamber of Commerce activities. But so there's support for the baseline of $40,000, both of us, everybody?
Absolutely, for
Yeah.
the baseline. Yeah.
And then, so it was mentioned buy local campaign. There's a request for $24,000. It was mentioned, yeah, maybe half of that. And I mean, I'd support that too, if you want to go with that at this time. So it's just, as I say, it's,
12,000, I mean, that's,
yeah.
okay. I could support that.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, let's do that at this time, because I mean, I do support that. And thank you for the enthusiasm for that, Commissioner
No, I
Adair.
mean, when I got the number from Greg Munn, I said, okay, how much does Sun River really contribute? And when you know that it's over 50%, I just think
Well,
that,
but so
and
Sun
they don't-
River is a term, Sun River. Sun
Right.
River, there's a resort, there's an area, there's an unincorporated community, there's a lot of housing around there, there's the business park. So, as I say, I mean, I don't feel like guilty about Sun River area making transient room
well, I just know
tax.
how hard it is right now to collect dues from businesses that are, okay, closed, open, closed.
Oh, yeah,
open,
no,
spending
absolutely.
thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
closed, and $2,500 is a drop in the bucket from what people
Yeah.
have spent to stay alive. The Sun River Brewery's there, they've expanded outside. I mean, it hasn't been an easy year, and so I'm really happy that they actually put this all together, had their team look at it, and I'm very proud of them, so.
Okay.
And I
Well,
definitely,
there's-
I definitely think when we get to the American Rescue Plan funds, we should explore all of our options to directly support businesses who have struggled through the pandemic and have been impacted.
That's
as
exactly
well.
what came to my mind. There are some opportunities to support here coming up. Good.
Great.
Next
Thank you,
item.
Commissioners. I'll go ahead and transition into project support, which is the next category that you'll see on your spreadsheet. This year, we'll go ahead and start with Shop with a Cop. This has been a program that the board has supported for a long time. The Sheriff's Office is requesting the same amount that they received last year, of $3,000 to support this program.
I support that.
So can we raise that?
I'm sure they would not turn you away if you did that.
I mean, come on, it's for kids. Who has been so shortchanged this last year? Kids that haven't been in school, and, you know, what if we gave them $5,000? Would they be shocked?
I think they would really appreciate that support, is my guess.
Well, it's, you know, how do we get the message out to kids that, yeah, life is going to be okay. It's going to get back. You're going to get back at school. It's going to get back to normal. So, and for the public relationship with Shop with a Cop, anyway, I'd suggest 5.
Are you supportive of that, Commissioner?
The other one I'm looking at that's sort of connected, you know, like in my mind connected is FAN. You know, basically trying to get kids stuff that they need to you know, go to school and be functional. And I see that FAN has asked for a small increase this year. So I guess I would support this increase, you know, on the with the assumption that you know, if we're really interested in making sure that kids get what they need to be able to function in life, that you know, we'll also look favorably on that increase. And I mean, I would even consider plussing that up as well.
Well, what do you know? I've got one that I want to add something to also. J-Bar J is the one that jumped out at me.
Uh-huh.
So if there was a $15,000 ask, and exactly my thought is adding $5,000 to it.
So the J-Bar J, I've not heard a word about the major hunter jumper show that normally was done out on the grass. Normally I talked to Stephanie, I know last year we kept going back and forth, can we do it, can we not? I haven't seen anything about that.
I haven't either.
Has that been dropped? You haven't seen anything either? I know, I thought I better give Stephanie a call. I'm thinking maybe that she just it isn't going to happen. I mean, it's such an amazing tradition for the West Coast to have jumping on grass here.
When I've seen some of the rigs up and down the highways, you can tell when it's the big semi-truck and the super horse rig with the hay on top and everything. But obviously not for here right now, but I've seen them up and down the highway recently.
Right, I know. They are, things are happening. But, yeah, I hadn't talked to her. So I wrote myself a note to give her a call and find out. Because I know that was a huge fundraiser for the group. And then the tradition of it, I hate to lose it. I'm happy with increasing the fan as long as we're jumping around. It asked for 15,000.
Competition is on.
So,
well, how about we go down?
We can go
one
down
line
that.
item
Go
for
one by one.
Whitney's support.
And Commissioner Dare, J-Bar J's website said they were not able to hold the event in 2020, but are hopeful that 2021 will bring their largest fundraiser back July 21st through the 25th and July 28th through August 1st. So that gives you a little.
okay,
yeah,
so
July.
they're talking about it then.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Yep.
I'll talk to Stephanie.
So is there support for $5,000 for Shop with the Cop? I support that, yes, okay.
Just think how surprised they'll be.
Yes. And moving down, so historically, in this next line, we've provided video lottery support for our local match requirements for some of our transit funding. Beginning this year, that local match will be funded out of our STIF revenue, so that there is not a need or request for this local match for our 5310 transit services.
So that was a 90% match, so we
90-10,
come up
yep.
with $5,000, it would be 50,000 or whatever the number.
Correct. We
But,
match funds with the city of La Pine.
Yep, yeah, and it just needed a home, so that's how it ended up in this spreadsheet.
Yes. The next project that we have in this project support category is the Fuels Reduction Grant Program that Ed Keith has been running the past 2 years. So the initial year that this program started, the board funded gave Ed $40,000 to launch this grant program, and he had over $120,000 in requests for funding. So just a really strong showing of support from the community to do this fuels reduction work. Last year, with the conservative budgeting of not knowing what COVID's impacts would be, the board funded the program with $20,000, which you'll see reflected on the spreadsheet. And this year, kind of preliminarily, for discussion by the board, we've increased a potential amount that could be allocated for this program, but that's definitely at your discretion and for discussion among the board if we would like to increase funding for this program. I think in talking with Ed, it sounds like they believe that there's folks in the community that would apply for grants up to that amount, and so we wanted to put this request forward for consideration.
I think it's an excellent idea. Capital Press had the article on the front page that Central Oregon better clean up. So if we actually have the funding then, Whitney, the 100,000, I know our beginning balance jumped up 180,000, so there's money right there that we didn't know when you did the original allocation. But I do believe that helping people clean up is great.
And I've heard more and more community discussion, because over at Project Wildfire, people know that there's money somewhere. They don't know that this is the line item sometimes, but I've heard people refer to it as in, if we get our act together, we can apply for chipping dollars or support dollars. So I think it's resonating in the community, so I'm supportive of 100 at this time.
Yeah, my one concern would be about ramping up too fast. So if you can get if that first cycle we got 120,000 of requests, but what were the tip top, what were the best, most solid projects, and if at the other end of the spectrum there were projects that weren't quite ripe yet, But I guess, we depend on Ed, sorry, I'm thinking out loud, we depend on Ed to kind of evaluate how much solid, quality project demand there is out in the community. And so if Ed thinks that we can put 100,000 on the ground effectively, I guess I would want to support that.
And I think it would
I mean,
likely, oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Even if there's a project that's just not quite ripe or ready, I mean, if all the money isn't spent, that's fine too. This is a line item for a budget for the offer.
Yeah, these funds, if we disperse them, and I'm not sure, do we disperse them, or do people request reimbursement for after they've made expenditures?
The different, we have different agreements with different types of recipients of video lottery. So in most cases, like the service partner section, we execute an agreement with the agency. The agreement outlines criteria that they need to meet in terms of they do quarterly reporting, we have review, and so they'll submit a report, we review the report, and we execute payment. For the grant program, typically, because that's more internal, so specific to this project, it would likely be a transfer to Ed. But I think you might, and I'll let Tom weigh in too, similar to the discretionary grant process, we allocate money to discretionary grants, but then the board reviews applications as they come in. And if there weren't requests that met the funding that we had held for that program, I think we would just roll the funds forward. We wouldn't simply just execute because they were there. But I'll go ahead, and looks like Tom wanted to.
Yeah, no, Commissioners, I think Whitney's spot on. What I was going to suggest is that if you were to allocate $100,000 to this program, or whatever amount you're comfortable with, that we could invite Ed back to talk to you specifically about the parameters of how it would work, where it goes geographically, how the individual grants might work, and so forth. So you can just sort of earmark it today, and then have a more robust discussion about the specifics of the program at a later time.
That sounds great. I mean, I guess the one other thing that you might want to thought about this is there's watching the world of fuels reduction. We want to encourage private landowners to take as much responsibility as we can encourage them to take for their property. And I think incentives are good to a certain point, and then at a certain point it becomes the financial incentives almost become like a demotivator. It's like, oh yeah, somebody will take care of it for me. Like I don't have to think about this. So I don't know exactly where that balance is between, like, we add a little bit of money and it kind of gives people more momentum, and when you give them too much money, it decreases their drive and ambition. But that's something that we can ask Ed about when he comes in to tell us about how he wants to run this grant program.
And I think you're exactly right. It just FYI, I think most of the programs in my neighborhood is part of the program. For example, it's a sweat equity-based program where the property owner has to pony up money, and then the neighborhood association essentially either matches it or has their own portion of that contribution for the work to be done. So it's not a free ride for anybody in most cases. Right. My understanding, there's a partnership in how that work gets done.
So maybe we've got the formula right already.
And I think the goal is Firewise, which is a national program which requires annual review and investment, and sweat equity is part of it. So it's an ongoing program. I'm think of these dollars as those dollars to take a pile of small diameter logs and chip them. So that's something a homeowner may not be able to capability to do, but get those pile organized and ready on a date. In fact, we're doing that in our neighborhood. We were going to do it last year. COVID came. We were going to have a community meeting in the spring and work on this. But Boone Zimmerly has scheduled a date like in the first week of June or something for a neighborhood around where I live for the chipper to come through. So that's exactly it. So it's money being spent, but it's not, I'm going to sit at home and watch somebody do work for me.
Right, and Commissioner DeBonnier, and I'm just reflecting, I'm looking back at Ed's materials. The communities that apply for funding under the program, at least historically, they're ranked, and the consideration includes Firewise status, the amount of work being done by the community, like how the community would involve its own residents, match funding. So those are all elements that go into the scoring for the program.
Yeah, great.
Sounds good.
So I'm
And
supportive.
The fact that we have 40-some groups that are Firewise now,
Mhm,
I mean,
neighborhoods, yeah.
that is, it's really important, and I will remind everyone to please see the documentary Paradise if you haven't seen it, and then you'll want to be part of cleaning up, so.
Okay, so, yeah, there's support for $100,000 in that line item.
Okay. So that is all of the project support items that we had for your consideration. And I'll go ahead and move into service partner, discussion on service partner requests, if that sounds good. Okay, perfect. So service partner requests, the first service partner is Council on Aging, and this support goes to fund 0.7 FTE that provides, supports Council on Aging's nutrition programs, which is like Meals on Wheels and grab-and-go lunches. The funds, Council on Aging is requesting $40,000 for fiscal year '22, which is not an increase from the funding they received last year.
So, yeah, they're doing some great work right now, obviously. Let's keep that amount there. They are not shy in sending a discretionary grant application mid-year. And we've seen that a few times.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
And if I'm remembering correctly, the most recent discretionary grant cycle was, they made a request for heaters. And we didn't fully fund that request, but there was some contribution.
Yeah, well,
But we've done lots of contributions.
yeah. And so my goal would be to get over there again, to the physical facility, say hi to folks, understand what they're doing next, so, and we'll make sure I have those relationships.
Great. Next, we have Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery, and this, they are requesting $18,000, which is not, it's the same amount that they received in fiscal year '21. Mountain Star, this funding supports part of an FTE that's an interventionist that supports relief nursery, therapeutic, early childhood services.
I think that should be a nice round $20,000.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
There we go. So, and as I say, a couple of these, I have a hunch that we might hear from throughout the year, which is okay. This is putting service partners, long-term partners, groups doing work that augment the services of the county. So, yeah, if we hear from them later in the year, that's going to be okay.
There you go. Perfect. J-Bar-J, which Commissioner DeBonne mentioned earlier, J-Bar-J is requesting $15,000, which is consistent with the funding they received in fiscal year '21. This is support for a portion of an FTE that's a case manager that supports runaway and homeless youth the homeless youth emergency shelter, and these are used as matching funds.
So this is the one that I just put a plus next to as I was reviewing everything. So, I would propose $20,000 as a.
And I would
bump.
match, I would definitely agree with that.
Okay,
I can support that.
great.
Great. Next up, we have the Redmond Senior Center Meals on Wheels and Congregate Meals project. They're requesting $9,000, which is an increase of $4,000. Funding for this program helps support Meals on Wheels and home food delivery service for older adults. The increased funding request would increase the number of clients who receive daily meals, pay for rising food costs, and cover increased administrative time that's needed to develop channels of communication to reach homebound adults.
I think this Meals on Wheels program is independent of the Central Oregon Council on Aging. Is that correct? I mean,
That's my understanding.
yeah, so I'm supportive of that item.
Their ask seems appropriate,
Yeah.
the 9,000.
Yeah. Redmond, as as we know, Redmond is one of our fastest growing communities, and the senior slice of that population is growing at at least as fast as as Redmond's overall growth rate, and possibly faster. So, there's.
As I say, every one of these, well, and this is a time of transition. COVID, last year we were very conservative. Right now, we're putting numbers down on a page, but I mean, if there's needs out there during this next year, we're definitely going to have the conversations.
Next on the board's list of service partner organization is the Kids Center. This is a request for $30,000, which matches what they received in fiscal year 21. This funding supports 0.15 FTE of a medical examiner that conducts consultations and evaluations of suspected victims of child abuse.
Yeah, let's go with that amount for now. They had a fundraiser lunch yesterday, and I know they were, I think, aiming for $150,000 in support. I know they were at 100 at lunch yesterday, so we'll see what they can do in the community.
Great. And the Latino Community Association is our next service partner. They are requesting a $10,000 increase with a total request of $30,000 for fiscal year 22. This funding is used to support the Healthy Families and Family Empowerment programs, and they are requesting an increase due to growing demand for their services.
I'm
I think it's
supportive.
appropriate.
Yeah.
I know Brad's on the Health Council with me, and this it seems like an ask that we should be able to.
Mhm.
Support.
There you go.
Thank you. Bethlehem Inn is also requesting a $10,000 increase in funding this year. They received $30,000 in fiscal year 21, and they're requesting $40,000 for fiscal year 22. This funding supports a portion of their kitchen manager and kitchen steward that prepare and serve meals as part of their meal program. As you likely saw in the materials they submitted for today's meeting, their requested increase will support meal planning in both Bend and Redmond. The Inn is working to open a second location in Redmond later this spring, so the increased funding would help to support that effort.
I'm supportive.
I am supportive as well. One question, do we have any sense of, there is the turnkey project? Is that the?
Right, the
They were,
turkey project.
they were competing for funds for another shelter in Redmond. Do
Correct.
we have any sense of where that is at this point?
I think it's happening.
So they
Gwen's
were successful.
Right, and there is supposed to be funding to help with running those programs through the state. So, I can understand that we need to step it up, but there are supposed to be state funding dollars available. So hopefully it won't be a shortage.
Possibly a quiet period means there's a transaction being discussed, too.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, that, if they're taking on another facility, I mean, to me, that just points to the need, it's an additional argument in support of increasing their approving this increase request.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next, we have the Family Access Network, FAN. They are requesting a $5,000 increase, total request for fiscal year 22 of $15,000. The funding that we give to FAN as part of the Service Partner Program supports a portion of a FAN advocate at Juniper Elementary School, and they've tied the requested increase of funds for this year. The need is to meet increased demand that's related to COVID and kind of the impacts that families in the region are facing. They also highlighted the opening of Caldera High School, which will require them to add a FAN advocate and serve additional families with the opening of that new school.
I think we already talked about having the 15,000 their increased ask funded.
Did you want to advocate for more than?
I would even advocate for a little bit more. I mean, the addition of a whole nother high school, trying to provide, services for kids in need. Yeah, I'd like to ask for a $5,000 increase, but I think beyond this even, but I would love to at least ask for a $2,500 increase.
Well, let's do that, because they have a requested increase, and then 2,500 on top of that, so it's 1,750 this year.
Okay.
And if things are going, it may be rounded up in the future to some other number.
It's really interesting, though, we're talking about adding this funding. I've driven by that brand-new school several times. That school is so fabulous looking. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yes, somebody has spent a lot of money on building that school, because the sports fields and everything are all like there and ready to go. I mean, how many millions did this district spend on that school? Does anybody have it?
Well, I know it was all bond funded, so everybody who lives in the district is paying for it.
Right.
It was, I don't recall. It was 30, somewhere in that 20, 30 million.
That was my recollection.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Anyway, I have driven by it quite a bit lately, and I'm going, wow.
Yeah.
It's just like I was at Redmond High last weekend, and you could see where the school was nice. I mean, it has a nice track and everything, but driving by Caldera, it's definitely at a different level.
Yeah, no, these are wonderful schools. This will be a wonderful new school, and FAN can make sure that every student that attends there really has the opportunity to make full use of it and appreciate it. So.
Well, I think kids getting back into the classroom actually probably do appreciate getting back in the classroom. So, from what I've heard. Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about a kid who doesn't need to worry about getting shoes to be able to go to high school is going to be able to appreciate it even more.
Perfect. So I will keep that at 17.5. The next service partner on the list is Saving Grace. They are requesting $20,000, which is consistent with the funding they received in fiscal year 21. These funds fund a portion of an FTE that supervises staff who facilitate supervised visits and safe exchanges for families.
It definitely is a very needed space in our county. When you look at the chart and you realize how many people that are on parole are because of domestic violence, and just knowing how safe that space is, I know I felt a lot better once I toured and understand the different entrances and everything. So I'm really happy to spend the $20,000.
I'm supportive of that also.
I'm also supportive.
Thank you. Next up, we have Central Oregon Veterans Outreach COVO requesting $30,000, which is what they received in fiscal year 21. This funding goes to fund a portion of the FTE for their outreach manager.
So I have a hunch that, we're sending another $100,000 their way in a long-term commitment. So this will be augmenting those same positions, but also integrating the Veterans Village into these services. So.
And I was really proud of them, because last year they actually applied for the dog grant, and because of all the veterans having their pets, and I believe they were awarded $2,700 because they made that application in, and I thought, I hope they can do that again this year.
Yep, they did.
Just to remind them.
And neuter funds through that application, so it's a great thing to point out.
So it might be nice to consolidate the investments in COVO somehow. I don't know that it would all go to this spreadsheet or another place, but yeah, just so we see it all, how we're investing in the services. But I'm supportive of 30 for now in this item.
I'm supportive as well.
Thank you. Next, we have CASA that is also requesting $30,000, consistent with the funding they received in fiscal year 21. This funding helps support a portion of an FTE program staff that train and support volunteers, CASA volunteers.
Yes.
Okay.
I do wonder, since I know our courts and our prosecutors and everyone have been trying to sort of, there's just a big backlog of, there's a backlog of court proceedings. I'm not sure whether the backlog of court proceedings are the cases where CASA advocates would be involved or not, but if this is gonna, if suddenly after COVID actually lets up and we're allowed to kind of catch up, whether the demand on their services is gonna go through the roof or not. Did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to remind the board that you've committed funds to help with domestic violence cases with the circuit court, and the timing of that is in the May timeframe. So you are committing funds to help address the backlog that the circuit court is very well knows exists in the coming months, just for context.
So I think this falls in that category of, if there's some critical needs in the next 6 months or a year, let's have a conversation.
And the other group that's not on here that I find particularly close to my heart and very effective is Friends of the Children. They select the kids that really look like they don't have a chance of making it, and it's very expensive, but their success rate is unbelievable because they'll spend like from kindergarten to 12th grade with them, give them continuity. And I know that they're not on our list, but I really think their program is worthy of sooner than later being added. Okay. If you want to change something, you're going to really have to dig deep, and I think their program really does do that.
So there's another potential new service partner.
And
right.
Usually we could, depending on how the board wants to have the conversation, but schedule organizations to come in and give presentations as you kind of evaluate that, but I can definitely put them on the list in addition to the other two.
That would be great. I would really appreciate it.
Commissioner Chang, just to quickly this doesn't directly answer your question about CASA, but Sarah Hudson put together kind of a COVID impact summary as it relates to service partner funding, and they did note that they're experiencing an increase in the number of children entering foster care kind of as a related COVID impact. So in terms of what they're seeing, a slight uptick in that area.
30,000 for now.
Okay, yeah, and kind of an open door.
Yeah.
Talk about special needs as we understand what's happening at the court level over the next year.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Healthy Beginnings. Healthy Beginnings is requesting $20,000, which is the same amount that they received in fiscal year 21. This funding supports a portion of the FTE needed to coordinate a minimum of one preschool screening each month.
Have they been able to have screenings at all in the last year?
At the beginning of the year, they were impacted, and then I believe they kind of got back up and were able to make things work. I can double check that in the, setbacks in Q1, but they've ramped up efforts to meet outcomes and are currently exceeding the number of screenings delivered. So it sounds like they found a way to make that work safely in the COVID environment.
Yeah, and I mean, the small kids have been back in school. Just the general attitude that kids on very small children are less likely to get spread and suffer from COVID. I think that's playing out in the preschool population and child care and kids getting back to school more at that level than they have at the older ages.
So 20 is good for now.
Right, 20.
Okay. And our final service partner, Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, is requesting $20,000, which is the amount that they received in fiscal year 21. This funding is used for restoration projects, their monitoring program, and supports general operations and helps them accomplish education and outreach programs about the importance of watershed health and restorations.
And they always make a good case that these are very important because these are match dollars, and these really empower them to proceed with some big projects, which bring in a lot of other big dollars. So that case has been made here, yeah.
And I think they have a couple programs this summer that look outstanding for the kids. So I think that's very important.
And that's the component of their programming that's hardest to fund for them, the education and, you know, child enrichment programs that they offer. So I'm supportive of 20K.
So right now might be a good time to, switch gears into other, possibly other line items, or at least a structure about how we might add other line items, however we want to proceed.
Yeah.
Commissioner, you mentioned Forest Collaborative, Water Partnership, and Agriculture.
Yeah. So those first two, the Deschutes Collaborative, I asked Tom and Whitney to sort of unpack for me a little bit how the designation criteria work. And there are these three criteria: mandated county activity or sole source provider being the first, county involvement being a criteria on the second, and county impact being the third. And I believe that the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project could meet the criteria for county involvement, because Commissioner Alan Unger was instrumental in getting this group started, and both he and Ed Keith have played a key role in making the group run over the last 11 years, and what a return on investment. We secured $10.1 million of supplemental award, competitive award funding to get 120,000 acres of the Deschutes National Forest treated, in the key zone around Sisters, Bend, and Sun River. So I know that the Deschutes Collaborative, they constantly struggle to, with kind of basic coordination funding, and also there was a key couple of years where the Oregon Forest Resource Institute was actually investing in their outreach programs. Essentially, they're the group that is doing so much to help community members understand that when you see somebody cutting down trees in the forest, it's actually okay. Actually, not just okay, it might actually be a really positive thing. They're the ones who are trying to make sure that people understand that you need to accept a little bit of prescribed fire smoke in the spring and the fall, so that we don't have catastrophic fire smoke in the middle of summer, or, right next to our communities. So that would be my pitch for that group. And I really do think that having a foundational investment, something in the range, like the Watershed Council, something in the range of $20,000, would really help them. It takes a tremendous amount of energy and attention to make sure that your group is funded, and can do its job. So if we could alleviate a little bit of that stress, they could do more more collaborative agreement building, more communications work.
I'd like to understand the business case for what, so there's a collaborative forest group, and I've been, at the tours and at some meetings, and I've met everybody involved. I haven't done a whole lot with it. But federal government said, hey, let's put a collaborative together. My understanding is the federal government said, let's put a collaborative together. Let's get the, multiple parties at the table. Let's see if we can find a common prescription for forest management in these areas, which would qualify for this investment, like you mentioned, which got us to where we are today. We celebrate a very positive collaborative that has come to common ground to allow projects to proceed. Very exciting. What is the future? I mean, so if we fund a group that sits down and said, we're going to be collaborative, for what? Yeah.
Two things. Number one, the Forest Service didn't organize this. The Forest Service, the Congress passed the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Act and basically invited communities to compete. And our community, already doing a lot of really great project-level forest collaboration, said, we're ready to do that, and was one of 10 communities across the nation who received one of these awards. And similarly, looking forward, this group, the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, as Holly, the forest supervisor, described to us the other day, is ranked number 1 for continuation grants for that Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Act. So that'd be, I believe it's a 3-year, $5 million additional project. And that would accomplish a lot of the non-commercial work that's needed to basically finish up, the 250,000 acres surrounding Bend, Sisters, and Sun River.
So
So they
who's
to be
bringing
able
that
to.
money?
Hmm?
The federal government's going to give it to the Deschutes National Forest
The
to implement a program that people aren't going to sue each other about. I'm just trying to understand the path of what's going on.
Yeah, more like, again, to do fuels reduction work, prescribed burns, thinning, even brush mowing, to do that work next to substantial population centers, it really does take a lot of community outreach to, every mountain biker that they talk to say, like, hey, when you go out in the forest, you see the paint on the trees, it's actually a good thing. Here's kind of where the forest is going. So don't obsess about, how the forest that you're used to, which is really screwed up, is changing. Think about what it's going to look like in the future. To kind of put that vision in everyone's mind in the community, and reduce resistance. That's the job.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand if we do one-time funding or call them a service partner and say we're going to commit to $20,000 with the expectation that it's going to be on the list for futures to come.
Yeah.
I don't have a feel for what, I'm just trying to understand more. Is there a piece of paper that says we want to get this done in the next couple of years, so then we can look back at it 3 years from now and say, oh, that's why we're giving them $20,000.
Yeah. No, I think you could look at the extension proposal to kind of get a sense of the on the ground what's going to get done.
And then is it for the next 5 years or for the
that one? That one is a 3-year.
But you're proposing to add
right
in this spreadsheet.
Right.
Is it going to be kind of for the rest of time? Or
these forest collaboratives, they can run out of steam.
Yeah. So.
And so I think that there would be, we could revisit this at regular increments of time. And I also think that if we don't think that this is an appropriate request for lottery dollars, I really do think that making the immediate connection back to, people come here to Deschutes County to play in the forest, and they don't want to play in a forest that, they don't want to play in a black, charred, dead snag forest. They want to play in a live, healthy, resilient forest, and so the contribution of this group to doing, to ensuring that tourist attraction is there, I think is worth investing in, and I see a logical connection back to the TRT revenue.
So who gets $20,000? Who gets the amount?
Right.
Who do we write a check to? Yeah, I'm just thinking out.
So the fiscal agent for the Deschutes Collaborative is the Central Oregon Forest Stewardship Foundation, it's called. And from there, basically it was a structure that was created because COIC was coordinating the Forest Collaborative, and as a intergovernmental council, organized under ORS 190, there was all sorts of funding sources that COIC was not eligible for. So they built this 501c3 structure to, to be able to capture private philanthropic contributions. And so that's the structure that I would assume that the check would be cut to. We could, you could also set it up in a way that, we could put this like under Ed's stewardship, and he could cut checks directly for certain kinds of services from the $20,000 that we allocate. That would be another way to structure it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
get to know. So
No, I think, these are all good questions, and we could, if there's an openness to considering this, we could just invite them to, like the coordinator and, a couple of members of the steering committee to come in and give a presentation to us.
I would prefer a presentation. I'd like to see their tax return, like understand their financial structure. We're talking, they're doing federal projects, so where do we fit in with federal projects when we have a huge responsibility, because our problem is not going away, but where's our money going to be best spent? So, yeah, I would like to hear from them personally.
So, yeah, that's good information. If there's something to invest in, let's invest in it. I guess, yeah, I do want to know more. I want to know a lot more because, what kind of line items would come out of this $20,000, And I saw, when there was, just the little cardboard, beer things at the breweries a couple summers ago or whatever it was, it mattered. We love our forests. There was some great messaging coming out of the collaborative. So that's one expense, I think, of just like you mentioned, the Forest Resource Institute was helping with the messaging also. There was radio and community spots, website efforts. Or is it, buying pizza when we have a meeting, or is it paying a contractor to do something in the ground? There's a whole array of things the money could go for. I don't know.
No, on the ground treatments, $20,000 isn't going to buy you. When Ed explained those state e-board investments in our properties a few weeks ago, he's $900 an acre. $20,000 isn't going to buy you. It will buy you a tiny impact if you had put it into on-the-ground treatments. But if you put it into building and maintaining community support and reducing conflict around forest management, the payoffs are, in my opinion, pretty substantial and pretty profound. And again, we could invite a couple members of the steering committee and the staffing for the collaborative to come and talk with us.
Well, so then it becomes the industry of advocating, which means we're paying somebody to tell us how much we love our forests. And I don't want to take anything away from somebody, but are we just buying somebody's job so they can be a cheerleader for this great work? And maybe we need to do that. I'm just thinking through the things that, what does it sound like there,
We pay EDCO to cheerlead Central Oregon to the rest of the world. We pay, Visit Central Oregon and Visit Bend to bring people here. It's marketing or social marketing. In this case, I call it social marketing activity is a legitimate investment, depending on what your goals are and depending on, the effectiveness of the efforts.
Well, and then, I'm thinking under service partners, as you were mentioning these things, there's social services, stabilizing somebody's world tangibly, and I'm referring to this list here, and under service partners, emergency food, clothing, and shelter, stabilization and development of people, right? And now we're talking about maybe a different group of investments in our community around us in the natural resource world that to make it to manage it for the long term or whatever. I'm just thinking what is the category of things we're talking about?
The fact that we have the Watershed Council here already, the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and, I really think that the two that I'm proposing are pretty analogous. I mean, they are, the Water Collaborative is in, so the Watershed Council contributes to the community, like the people in the community, by offering, youth enrichment and education activities. But the Water Collaborative, contributes to our community by, providing stability of water supplies to farmers, by providing, a better place to recreate in the river. A lot of the Watershed Council projects are, sometimes they're on, private lands and not accessible to the overall community. So I do, if you look at, again, the investment, the additional investment in on-the-ground restoration that the collaborative generates, I mean, that's jobs. That's people doing work in the woods, people doing work in chip yards and places like that. So the impacts for the people of Deschutes County are substantial.
Yeah, I was just looking for ways to ask questions around this. So
Well, the
for
reason,
the collaborative,
Yes.
we're interested in, understanding more about what's the current kind of structure. I'm interested in what's the current structure, and, what are we investing in for the next couple of years? So
How long-
and maybe there's, if we would. Yeah.
Whitney, how long has the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council been on the Service Partners list?
See if I can pull that for you quickly.
And the reason why I think it's really important is because we are planning 3 summer camps for 2021, and in addition to their planned restoration work, where you can actually see the difference they're making. But the fact that they have the youth program, I thought that's why it fit in here, personally.
Yep. I can do a little bit of a deep dive. In page 62 of the packet, we've got service partner funding history that shows funding for the Watershed Council going back to at least 2016, but that's not indicative of how long they've been funded. It's just kind of where I cut the history spreadsheet. So let me dive in and see if I can get a more precise number on when that was established.
Okay, well, it just seemed like, yes.
Historically, there was a legislative push to create watershed councils, and counties were, identified by the legislature as a key partner, or beyond a key partner. They're sort of like the conveners, or that there was a special role in organizing watershed councils identified for counties, and that's why I think that one would still qualify under designation criteria number 2. So Deschutes County initiated, led, or was actively involved in the creation or development of the organization.
According to their notes, it says the past 15 years, they've done over 50 on-the-ground restoration projects. So I just wonder if we've been funding them for 15 years.
So Alan Unger, I remember him bringing it in, saying, I'd like to make this a service partner, which means, we kind of expect to see him year after year. So I think we were funding them year after year, and then we put it in this list of service partners since I've been around. So,
And it looks like at
6 or 8
least back
years.
to 2012, if not prior.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So then, that's Forest Collaborative. We have resources, and if, we're investing in something, let's just understand we're investing in. Is it a long-term commitment, or the next 3 to 5 years? That's kind of the concepts I would come up there. So then, the water partnership is the other group effort, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, the Water Collaborative is far newer than either the Watershed Council or the Forest Collaborative. But it is, in a lot of ways, it's a continuation of prior efforts. It's just sort of same stakeholders who've been working together, kind of move into a new phase of work. A number of these people were involved in the basin study that was, conducted over the last few years, and now they're ready to take that to action. That they want to implement the projects identified under the basin study. And basically what the Water Collaborative is doing is helping to save water in the places where there are good water savings opportunities, and then sharing that water with both the river and other farmers with junior water rights. And we see, that the irrigation districts, I think, are very capable of planning and implementing, major, kind of like primary or main canal piping projects. But when you get into stuff like, on-farm efficiency or, like private lateral piping, things like that, for many years, the irrigation districts were just kind of said, main canal, that's our job. The other stuff, like kind of, they were sort of, saying was beyond them. And I really think it's because of, broader partnerships like this Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative that we're seeing the irrigation districts, playing a key partnership role, but also there being a whole lot of other capacity developed to do the on-farm and the canal and the like private lateral piping. And that's really critical because the main canal piping projects, they're going to save a lot of water, but it's going to take years and years to get those projects. It's huge, capital infrastructure projects. So if we can get some of those, smaller scale projects done more quickly, which they lend themselves to being done much more quickly, they can still result in tens of thousands of acre-feet of water savings, which then, again, we can use to help our particularly the North Unit Irrigation District farmers in Jefferson County, but also some of the other irrigation districts here that are here in Deschutes County, and we can make progress for the river faster than just waiting for the big canal, the main canal projects to come through. So, in my mind, that's the best argument for the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. And
Well, that's a great big picture item. So then we're in the same spot. Who we're writing check to? Is
Right.
it a short-term or a long-term investment?
Right.
Is it going to be used to, fund a meeting or buy a pipe or a facilitator or publish a document? Just that general kind of questions.
Yeah, and same thing. I would, like I'm making a pitch because I got a twinkle in my eye, but the people who would be best able to make the case for themselves are the
And these could be
stakeholders.
discretionary grant discussions possibly too this year, which we make a case to go in, if there's a case to be made to go into longer term multi-year support.
Yeah, but I mean, do we make substantial size discretionary grants?
Well, that's up to us. In fact, that's what we're doing here today is defining our spreadsheet for the year. So, I mean, there's a way to say, if you're asking for $10,000 or $20,000 or whatever for these, possible $20,000 discretionary grant fund right here, and either we spend it or we don't. So, I mean, there's ways to put a marker right in this spreadsheet today.
And may I say something about Friends of the Children?
Yes, please.
Well, Friends of the Children, it actually, as I said earlier, their numbers are incredibly good as far as children learning how to read when they get to their third grade testing, because they've had a mentor with them, actually encouraging them and paying attention to what they're doing. It's an amazing program. It was started in 1993 by Duncan Campbell. And Kim Hatfield is the director here, and I just feel like it actually does make a difference when a child has been selected and isn't able to be part of this program, there's an enormous continuity. And even if that college-educated, like tutors, friend of the child, if that person leaves, they get someone else. But there's, they really work on their continuity, and I think that is so important. How do we change the cycle of poverty? So I believe that this is a program that definitely has made a difference. Maybe it's quite expensive, but I think it's worth it. If you can save, 6, 10, 12 kids a year, and you can get them going the right way, it's wonderful. So I don't know if we could have them come and do a presentation or something, Whitney. But I feel like when you talk about CASA, and those are volunteers that are working with the program, where these are actually paid employees, they're college educated, and I know that they do make a difference.
So making pitches for programs today, what about adding another line item? I'm just thinking, under grant programs, referring to other grants, other commissioner priorities, or, something like that. And, making a case for each one of these and having a vote and coming up with a number.
And, as you were asking about long-term or short-term, I could see, I could see us creating a new category that basically says, you showed us a project, like a couple of year project, 2, 3, 4, 5 year project that we're interested in, that we think is valuable. We would like to kind of provide you some support for, a couple of years. And we'll consider making you a long-term service partner, at the end of that period, after we determine whether you're going to be around for a long time or not, continuing to do this important work. That might be a way to kind of track some additional groups into our service partner group.
And then, and we do annual budgeting, so we're not committing to future budgets either, as a
Right.
board like this. But yeah, however we can document it now, it's like, oh, that's what we were investing in, just in case 3 and 5 years from now.
Right. Yeah, because I think of, and you all have been through more discretionary grant cycles than I have, so, but to me, it kind of feels like you're inviting one-off projects. It's like, oh, okay, you got a need this year, tell me about it, and like, oh, that sounds like a good thing to do in the next 6 months, great.
Well,
We'll give you a couple $1,000s. So.
And my understanding, this fund has been larger. Before my time, this was even a larger fund. And well, and the state legislature, there's all kinds of, this was a lot bigger fund back in the day, is my understanding. So this is, Dennis, Luke, Mike Daly days. And, it is what it is, which is still significant. We're investing in a lot of great things here. But things could change with the legislature also, and we pay for regional solutions. Before we get these dollars, right before we get these dollars, we take and pay for half of regional solutions, and then this number pops out. So if we weren't doing that, this number would be larger too. Right. That's why there's a case for, hey, Governor and Regional Solutions, aren't we a partner here? We're taking cash out of an account before we even get to see it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm also starting to make this argument that Deschutes County is unique in that we have a large amount of discretionary transient room tax revenue, and I think it's entirely appropriate to turn around and reinvest some of that revenue into projects and groups that continue to keep this a great place for people to visit. So, that would be so. Like the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, I could easily make an argument that we should bump that out of being funded by, through lottery dollars and instead be funded through transient room tax revenue. The work that they're, the work that they're doing in Waichus Creek and tributaries and in the Metolius and places like that, that is definitely making the fishing better. And the better fishing leads to more people coming to visit.
More fish on the grill.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't catch the fish. You
Gotta
can only
release 'em.
catch them and
Okay.
and back
Well,
them
so
up.
how about, as I say, from our discussions today, we put another line item here called grant programs, commissioners, grand ideas, or, something like that. Just generic thing. And then, put $50,000 or $60,000 in there to be followed up on for these, in the next few weeks or whenever.
Like partner developmental fund.
Yeah. Right. Well, as I say, right now it's idea fund, and then we'll, however, and then, if we want to categorize service partners into something else also.
Yeah.
That'd be a good discussion.
When will we have our fourth quarter allocation meeting, Whitney? Do we have that on the calendar yet?
Oh, your discretionary grant, that will be in the next few weeks.
Okay.
And I thought that you were going to ask about that, and I have a little bit of an update related to kind of funds that remain and how much
Yes.
grant requests we have for Q4, so I can hop into that when we get into the discretionary grant.
Whitney named it New Grant Fund Dash Partners.
I'll-
That's wonderful. No, that's good. It's great.
Okay.
That's great.
So how about $60,000 as just kind of the contingency amount to be discussed? Because then it's just a nice big round number.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean,
And we'll see what it rolls up to at the bottom of the spreadsheet when we finish, too.
we named 3 potentials today,
Yeah.
but I mean, if we're kind of creating this new process for consideration and this opportunity, we should definitely all kind of keep our thinking caps on about other groups that we think are important, really critically important to the county and the community to potentially place in this category to come give us a pitch. Yeah. Community Shark Tank.
Well,
I don't know.
there's a, okay.
Yeah.
There's a discussion there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thrilled to know that we may have the 100 Jumper Show, the classic. So I hope Stephanie's watching.
So
I'm sure she is.
Sure, yes.
the other idea that I threw out there was, it was investments in rural economic development and, what we can do to assist some of our innovative and entrepreneurial farmers and ranchers as they think about, different kinds of enterprises, be that, like value-added processing of food, be that a farm stand, be that, some kind of agritourism idea. And I'll be interested to hear what, a number of people who have contacted me with some of these ideas, I pointed towards the Planning Commission to give them input.
For land use type stuff, you mean? or-
Yeah, because, a lot of what I was hearing was, your process to get my permit to do a commercial kitchen is just, it's too long and it's too expensive and, can I not pay $15,000 for this or something like that? And so if essentially those are our costs, our county staff needs to, do a lot of analysis in order to say, okay, you can have your commercial kitchen without, having impacts on neighbors and water quality and air quality and stuff like that, then, I would propose that we set aside a chunk of money to pay for our staff costs so that we don't have to charge these, struggling, like small challenged, capital challenged, small businesses, to pony up those funds.
Oh, and I'd love to talk to some of those folks and understand what the needs are there, too.
Right.
So, the clarity on what you're suggesting, I would love to see more detail on what that is,
Right. And so I am hoping that between the Planning Commission and CDD, that they've been collecting some of this information and that they'll have something to kind of propose to us or run by us in a few months.
I know that one of our traded sector EDCO efforts has been specialty food production and manufacturing too. So then there's a good crossroads right there. You know, are we talking the same thing or not? You know, if it's local food production and not traded sector, that's the one definition. But if it's a commercial kitchen, there's hopefully the same set of rules. So we sure could learn about that.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, and I think a lot of our specialty food production that you see, you know, in EDCO projects, you know, it's not necessarily locally grown raw materials. You know, you bring in a bunch of ingredients and you make something really cool, but.
Oh, yes, I've made those before. Your
But,
house will forever smell like horse treats.
Well, have you been to the place in Redmond? You just
Which,
forget the name of it now. But
they make horse treats here?
oh, yeah, yeah.
My horses are very picky.
I forget the brand.
Yeah.
Probably what brand you use, I don't know.
I mean, you can imagine, you know, people who want to like, you know, grow animals and make like sausage and jerky. I mean, that's value-added processing of locally grown.
Which fits right back to the meat processing industry.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, local production. So, yeah, no, there's a lot of common ground here.
Yeah.
What would we invest in? I don't know. You know, so.
Right. But, you know, this may be, you know, it may take more than a few months to kind of to ripen this idea. But I would definitely like us to consider. You know, if we're making these substantial investments in EDCO, which is great in our, you know, like leads to, you know, jobs and exciting businesses in our, you know, in our industrial zoned lands, you know, primarily within cities, within the county, you know, what can we do to, you know, increase the you know, the vibrancy of, you know, the agricultural sector in our county. I think that there's things that can be done.
Some people just say, "Leave me alone."
Well, they don't have to come.
I know, I'm just joking.
They don't have to come looking for a permit if they want to be left alone.
There's actually an agricultural operation not too far from me that was trying any way they could in order to survive in COVID. And they were doing a lot of things that I think were not quite working out for them. And I feel so badly for them because I know the economy was so bad. And, you know, it's like they're working and they're trying to survive and pay their bills. And, you know, and then we have a ranch that sells all its products right there in Tumalo that you can stop by and buy things. Now their office hours are in the winter aren't that open. That, you know, I think it's noon to 5 or something daily. But, you know, you see those kind of operations, and I'm always buying those products from people. So, you know, how to support local economies.
Well, yeah, this is good. So we got the line item in. Ideas are out there. It'll be exciting to see.
That looks really good, Whitney. Thank you very much.
What's that?
Her line item there.
No kind of compliments for it.
Okay. Does the board want to move into discussion about the grants section, which is kind of the final section of the spreadsheet? Okay.
We have a sense of how we're going to proceed, at least with those new grant fund partners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll, as with your other grant programs, we usually develop kind of information about the programs and kind of guidelines, and so we can come back to the board and kind of finesse what the requirements and categories might be for a new program. That way we're able to communicate it to folks who might be interested. So we can definitely come back and have a follow-up conversation to kind of explore that idea a little bit more. But I've taken great notes from your conversation today, so thank you.
And it was all recorded, I think, too.
Yep, as long as everything's still working well. Okay, perfect. So grant programs, discretionary grants, during your allocation exercise last year, you allocated $60,000 for discretionary grants, but then during Q3, the board authorized an additional $1,000 to kind of make Commissioner Chang whole, so that's why you see $61,000 reflected there. Additionally, there's this $15,000 in fundraising grants, and normally those grant requests come to you at the same time. So just a little bit of a flag there. Total remaining, we assumed when we worked on beginning networking capital that we're gonna fully expend what we allocated for fiscal year 21 for the current year. You have a little bit more than $12,000 across those two programs remaining. I took a quick look at your Q4 grant requests that are gonna come to you later this month, and you have more than $30,000 in requests coming to you in Q4.
We have 12,000?
Correct. So there won't be enough money remaining from this year's allocations to fully fund. Not that you do fully fund all requests, but you're getting a pretty sizable number of requests. Commissioner Adair, I know you've kind of chatted in the past, and in fiscal year 20, we did what we called a Q5 funding round.
Q5.
Yep. It looks like it was $20,000 that we kind of added back in, and we ran a Q5 process. I wanted to offer for the board's consideration, we might want to, if you're interested in pursuing something like that, we might want to just infuse that funding into Q4 since we have such a strong showing of grant applications already, and we could potentially extend the Q4 application deadline. But we could also keep it as it is or do a Q5 offering. That's completely up to you.
Well, I like the idea of it just extending it a teeny bit,
Okay.
just letting people know that if you didn't put in, we are going to do that additional, do we have the funding in that we can take another 20,000?
I mean, yes,
Okay.
we do.
Good, that's good to hear. Thank you, Whitney.
So
we're
essentially,
talking about changing the 2021 allocation from 61,000 to,
potentially 81, and then that would
81,000?
reduce our beginning
Okay.
by that 20.
and yeah, so this spreadsheet represents both of those anyway, so that's good.
If we open it up a little bit wider, do you think we'll get a lot more? Or,
I think we have consistently seen grant applications coming in. Technically, that we cut the deadline for what you receive in a quarter, and we can also, as Commissioner Adair indicated, we could email, we have a distribution list of folks who have received grant funding and email them and let them know we've extended the Q4 window to a certain date.
yeah, I'm just wondering, if we had 30K of requests and we have 12K to work with, if we added 20K, it might almost be too much.
Yep.
But if we get more, then maybe adding 20K is the right amount.
The other thing we could do is you could take a look at what you have requested and make the decision then on terms of if you want to supplement and how much.
Yeah.
So that would always be, you could kind of make that decision after you've had a chance.
Like we made that $1,000 decision.
In the
on
meeting.
Live when we were reviewing it, and now it showed up here.
So is that deadline closed then?
Technically, yes, and I shouldn't say this, we usually try to be as accommodating as we can. So, yes, it's closed, but I mean, we work really hard to bring you all the grant requests that we have because we know it's helpful for those nonprofits.
Okay, it's closed, but.
It's closed, but we
But
want to
maybe.
help people.
Call your
yes.
commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Whitney.
So there's support for, this fiscal year, bumping that from 61 to 81, and then setting next year's number to supplement.
Okay. So I'll kind of make a note as we prepare for Q4 that number, there just may be a little bit of, that could be supplemented, if that sounds good. Does that sound good to the board? Okay.
So then, do we support starting next year with $60,000, $5,000 per quarter?
That would make sense, wouldn't it? And then we can,
As a starting point?
Yeah,
And,
I think
So
so.
then we're bumping up to 80 this fiscal year, but let's start off with 60 next year, and if things change drastically, we'll go from there.
Is there, I mean, if we got the funds, is there a reason not to just go ahead and bump it up a little bit? I mean,
We do, I mean, because remember, there's contingency, and on the bottom of this, contingency is pretty large.
yeah, every year there's 10,000 more people in Deschutes County, right? Or is our growth rate even faster than that?
So would you like to stay at 60 for discretionary or bump up?
I think staying at 60 is okay.
Okay.
And then it's always nice if we do have that extra funding by the end of the year, then we can add it to the fourth quarter, but
Okay.
it's much more conservative to I mean, just think, we were so fortunate that we were so conservative how we accounted for things last year, and, you know, it's much better than to be short
Okay.
and need funding, because we've overspent.
In this program?
No, I was talking about another group.
Okay.
So, yeah, starting with 60, but we can,
Okay.
and, yeah. Quarterly, we'll be looking at that number, we'll be spending some dollars, and if it needs to change, it can change.
Okay. Fundraising, would you like to keep things similar as well with 15,000, or would you like to adjust?
So 15,000 is, I mean, it could be a different number, but I like to see them at, you know, 2,500, or 3,000, or $5,000 for big events kind of numbers. So it's nice to know that that'll definitely fund a few organizations and their fundraising efforts.
And am I remembering correctly that we weren't as close to pushing the max or using up all the funds in that category as
Correct.
we were in the discretionary?
That's accurate.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems like 15,000 is fine.
Yep.
Level to set that.
Okay. And then arts and culture grants, this past year was funded at $20,000. And I actually will go back and double check that. I think we actually allocated a tiny bit. We adjusted that number slightly, so we'll make sure that that reflects, but close to $20,000.
And, I don't think I've been through the arts and culture grant cycle. Can you give me a little bit more background?
Yep, that's a program that we run to increase our arts and culture offerings and programs throughout the county. And so we see a wide variety of applicants, folks like Bend Film, individual, there's literary applicants, there's just a wide variety of programs that submit for funding that come to consideration by the board, usually around December, late December, early January is when we have run that program in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
So, yeah, how about 25,000, just to bump that one up a little bit and see where it goes.
Was there a lot of competition for 20,000 last year?
There was, and that's, I think the board went through the exercise and felt like kind of where we landed. I want to say we were in the low 20s for a final amount, and I'll double check that. But yeah, there was strong interest in the program for sure.
Well, so many of their programs were so COVID impacted, stopped, and or remember, then we had the funds that were going to be held over, and we approved that.
Yep.
So, and then it reminds me, you know, we had one-time project fund, Ben Next Child Care and Central Oregon Center for the Arts, you know, so, I mean, we pull line items out for just, you know, ideas at some point too. So that's, you know, maybe there's different ways to put those things in here.
Okay. So that kind of gets us through the internal grant section, with obviously noting the addition of $60,000 for this new grant program still to be named. And then the last chunk of the grant section is the United Way of Central Oregon Emergency Food, Clothing, and Shelter Grant Program, and they're requesting $80,000, which is consistent with the funding they received in fiscal year 21. This historically was called the Community Grant Program, and then at a certain point was transitioned over to United Way to distribute these funds among community organizations.
So I think we found that basically the same set of people applying for them were going to United Way, and we reduced the work for the applicants by just sending dollars to United Way, because we supported anybody that United Way would support.
Right.
So
Yep.
that's how we got to this.
And these
That
grants.
sounds fine to keep it at 80.
Okay, great.
But I am really happy about the 100,000 for the grant, the fuels reduction. I think if people have the match. Ed's been working this for several years. He knows what works, what inspires people to step up. So thank goodness we can do that.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Okay.
And, you know, some of those can be small grants, but a bunch of them is really going to make a difference in the neighborhoods and communities.
Definitely.
Okay. So that concludes our preliminary exercise. You can see that you'd have some remaining fund balance there after we completed today's allocation, and staff can certainly check in with the board kind of to provide an update on what revenue coming in looks like, and kind of how closely we're tracking with the projections Greg has made for the coming year, although I'm sure he's spot on. So,
So Whitney, that number, if you've got the 1,116,116.
Yep.
Minus the 79,000, isn't it what it's supposed to do?
Yep.
But it's, that 708 isn't, something's off there.
This is our total, and what I was gonna, my next statement was gonna be, before the board approves this, I was gonna take this back. I'll make sure that everything's lining up, and then I'll bring it back to you for your final approval, just to make sure that we kind of clean up around the edges. But I think I have the formula straightened out. That would be, but I'll go ahead and double check it. So we'd be looking at resources minus requirements minus contingency. But I'll double check that before I bring it back and make sure all the formulas in this are, regardless, I think we're safe that we will have funds remaining.
So then this is discretion of the commissioners, because then in our budget process, this is kind of one package that goes into the budget, but it's really that large number, and there's no other discussion at the budget committee meeting. But, I mean, the spreadsheet's available to the world to see what we're doing here. Great, well, great discussion today.
Exciting to see all of the great things that we can invest in.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, and Commissioner Adair, I just double checked, that's working for me.
Yeah,
but
it is.
I'll double check it. I know
Yeah,
it's
no,
tough when we.
I did it
roll
with
all the way
my
to the
little
top. Okay,
$15
good. I just-
calculator. It was working.
Okay, good. So, like I said, I'll clean this up and I'll make the adjustments to fiscal year 21 for discretionary grants. We'll get you a clean version, bring it back for your final review and approval. Kind of next steps on this is that we'll begin the process of contacting organizations and executing agreements prior to the start of the fiscal year with a start date of the start of next fiscal year, July 1st.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for that item. Good work session. Is there anything else for this meeting?
Are we good?
Seeing none, meeting adjourned.